Not sure why one of these is misbehaving, but whatever. Hopefully that takes care of it. All right. Where's my buttons? How's everyone doing today?
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Lance.
How goes?
All right. Who are we who do we need to talk to? Fizz first in. How are you doing?
Echo said, /o/ there he is.
Sienna took his time. And then Echo with the boops. And the butts.
Fizz said,
how are you doing?
Hey, Lance.
What's new and exciting for you guys?
Sienna said, hey, everyone.
Fizz said, I am all right. Got some sleep regression. How you doing?
Got some sleep regression. Oh, fun times. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I mean, I spent all weekend dealing with Star Citizen stuff. And
Sienna said, how you doing?
Apparently,
what is the plan on SC for you tonight?
Apparently,
I
I'm
might
not
join you.
Done with it. So, Sienna, if you want to join me, that actually might be very handy, assuming you have the PTU loaded and have copied over your account, because...
Echo said, doing okay. Friday was a mess, but then played board games all weekends.
Sienna said, oh, PTU? Hold on, need to check that.
Yeah, and if you haven't copied over your 2 PTU since you got the stinger, you might need to do that. I was going to look at the SHIV. I don't feel like completing either of my Paladin chains right now, so I'm not really going to worry about that one. Everyone and their dog is going after that. And I usually don't care that much about alien ships, but if you don't mind putting on yours on display, I'm going to set up my PTU account for Orson, so that because
I might have to reinstall all the PTU LOL.
Yeah, well, that's fine. It can be well.
Orison is fine. Might just take me a minute, LOL.
Yeah, no worries. Echo's playing board games all weekend? That sounds like a lot of fun. I spent like 3 hours this afternoon watching Paul Shelley, the Astropub, light his hair on fire about Nick's one. So I think we're going to start there, because with all due respect to him, he's very hung up on the lore aspects of it. And I don't think that's the actual problem. I think this, in a nutshell, it's a game development issue that CIG just hasn't talked about yet. But we'll maybe have that discussion first, and then we'll get into the PTU to look over the SHIV. And if we get to the stinger by the end of the night, Sienna, great, and if not. But I mean, between those 2 items, that should be more than enough time for a new PTU install. I mean, it takes a while, but it doesn't take that while. I actually had a 5010 error yesterday with it. I ended up having to basically move my old PTU directory off to the side and rename it. And
Sienna said, I'm happy for Nyx, but not that amazed by it. Since it's like just a big asteroid desert for now. It's cool, but nothing awesome. I'm looking forward to see what they build upon it, though.
It was never going to be another Stanton, right? It's not even going to be another Pyro. it is Nick's. Like I said, we'll take a look at that, and I think we'll have that discussion first. And I really want to take a look at the Shiv because I have my suspicions
Indeed.
about the Shiv as well.
I do want Terra though. I was hoping for that, LOL.
I mean, come on, Sienna. They already said Nick's was going to be next, and then, in all likelihood, everyone should understand that Terra is going to be last. There was no way it wasn't going to be last.
I know loudly crying face.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like all the folks that are like, I want them put in base building right now. And it's like, base building's going to take, even if they had the bare prototypes ready to go into a test unit, I think it'd be like end of year at best. Yeah, at best. But that's two things. One, their estimates are routinely like anything that they put in is sort of minimum 12 to 24 months. And that's just the nature of development. It's not unique to game design or CIG. See a lot of people complaining about them being slow or whatever. The people who complain about them being slow are
CIG
ravenous
did got
fans.
me once more though. As you know per my
yeah, I
text,
know.
LOL.
Why do you think I want to drag you into the PTU? Because I want to take a look at this thing. Because I am definitely not gonna. I'm not sure there's much point in grabbing a CCU for that one. Pardon me. And I'm definitely not dropping the full amount, even with the paint. Might it worth something more later to put onto the gray market? I don't know. But and it's in a gap that I already have a bunch of other stuff filling in, so it doesn't actually help me. Especially since most of the other hulls that are more or chains start at the mole, and so unless it is a mole, which it's not, but it's in the same price point as the mole, kind of screwed there, right? All right. I know. Fizz or Echo, did either of you check out CitizenCon on the weekend or rerun the replay?
PTU install launched. It might be like 30 minutes-ish.
Yeah, probably be at least that long. See if you guys got anything to say about it.
Thank you for the follows, Obsidian.
Echo said, not
Oh,
at
dear.
all. I told you. Board games.
Fair. Obsidian, hello there. Thank you very much
Fizz
for the
said,
follow.
no, I don't have time for that
Welcome,
anymore.
welcome.
Saw some highlights.
Don't have time for that. I mean, fair. Although there's sometimes sleepy times. Yeah. I used to do bank heists when in the middle of the night during the times I was trying to give my wife at the time a rest. But yes, Obsidian, like I said, thanks for the follow and what's up? We're gonna be getting
Echo
into
said, and B6. I have jump space.
jump
Tongue
space.
sticking
Yeah,
out.
fair. Yeah, we're gonna be getting it or discussing Nyx and the whole controversy with Nyx one for a little bit. It's just one of those things of people getting their panties in a bunch, and it's like, calm down. Holy crap. And then I want to take a look at the SHIV to sort of check out my suspicions on that and see where it goes. So we're going to be doing a lot of review work here initially.
Sienna said, Jesus. I'm already halfway for my PTU install.
You're halfway for the install or just downloading the manifest? It's different stages, right? Jump Space, they did release a hotfix patch,
The 50 GB.
I think on Friday.
25 left.
So I did test that earlier, and so my sounds are working, so I will be able to do Jump Space. I theoretically could have done it tonight, but I wanted to talk about
Jump Space.
this, so
Need to get all together on that.
yeah.
Noise.
And we might be able to later this week.
Echo said,
Monday, Tuesday,
cool,
maybe?
cool. Too bad I'm working closing shift all
Oh,
week.
are you really, Echo? Darn it. Well, we'll definitely get together soon on that. Anyway, there, I have suspicions that this new
Sienna
event,
said, Tuesday works better for me.
yeah, the Freedom Fighter finale event that's going to be coming in once 432 goes live. It looks like it's going to involve a significant grind, so I'm not sure I necessarily want to stream all that with Star Citizen. So doing a little bit of Jump Space to break up that nonsense will be handy. And then what's the other thing? Offline I have to still get
Grinds? For Star Citizen? Nah,
no,
it's not their style at all.
absolutely not. Yeah. Slash brace, friggin' sarcasm, close brace. I mean it's the problem is it's getting worse. So anyway, the
Resource drive PTSD kicking in.
a little bit, and unfortunately this one
Lance
looks
said,
like,
any MMO ever. Sienna, smiley face.
you know, the thing is I don't do MMOs much. The whole idea of
Echo said, that.
grinding for 13 weeks of 8-hour days or whatever, as if it was a full-time job to get a special colored pair of leather gloves that do nothing extra. Some
Sienna
cosmetic
said,
thing.
same
Yeah.
here. I can't do that.
Yeah, we'll see. So anyway, do it offline. Yeah,
I did it
as
and
soon
I
as
regret it, lol.
As soon as I'm done the stream here tonight, I got to get into No Man's Sky and do a bunch of cargo running there, because I got to get all the stuff from the expedition out of the save before the expedition officially closes in 2 days, or day and a half, or whatever's left on it. So yeah, fun times. Anyway, should we go ahead and launch the game? That'll at least give me something more interesting on the screen for you. All right. Hopefully this has everything now. Okay, so we'll get into that later. Like I said, I think I'm going to set up the start point at Orson. But we'll do that in a bit. So I'm going to try and get the CitizenCon stuff to work. However, be careful with headphone users, because this might be on the loud side.
Find out what one of our first instances will be.
Okay. Oops. Oh, need to make that big. Theater mode should be sufficient. So here's the whole fiasco with Nix.
When the Nix system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UAE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UAE didn't, QV Planet Service.
Okay. So this part is consistent with the lore that we've heard about forever with this. We know that Levski used to be in Stanton on a small planetoid version of Delamar, and was taken out. I probably even have, I don't have them queued up, but I probably even have videos on my YouTube channel left over from that era. My homicidal ladder video, for example, probably features me getting killed by ladders from the prospector in Teach's shop in Levski, as well as out on the pads of it. So yeah, habitable worlds are hard to come by in the verse, and so there is a giant question that comes up when all of a sudden they start showing Nix 1 later in the video.
Ability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between
and type biomes. And wild forests are super cool because we want to completely step up our game for them.
So this is talking about...
Nix 2 is a yellow, toxic, it's got like this...
3 was a gas giant, so similar to Crusader.
It's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
Hero planet. Okay.
Nix 1 has got a rugged...
They love talking about hero stuff.
It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously...
Okay. So this developer is working a lot on Planet Tech. And when we were going through the list of things that we thought we'd see in CitizenCon, is that the same one over here? Okay. You know, I did talk about figuring that we'd see, you know, Genesis version 5 and whatnot. And my impression from the earlier monthly reports when I was going through this was Nyx would be built on version 4 and Genesis on V5 in order to, or sorry, Genesis V5 once ready would be used to build the Castra system. To some extent, I think that's changed out a little bit in that I think Genesis and Planetech V5 is getting close enough that they're looking at basically using it to develop the Nyx system and revamp or all the others. But it's at the end of the day, in order to validate the tech, they're going to have to go through and build a whole planet from the ground up. Now, I don't know if this is this so-called hero planet of Nyx 1 that they were kind of previewing is going to stay in Nyx, but I certainly, or I don't know if it's a planet for somewhere else, but I think it's definitely not staying in Nyx. But this was the whole controversy, right? So the whole thing with Nyx is that it's supposed to be barren and barren in terms of the worlds, and yeah, let's go to the thing. It's supposed to be so barren that the only real population are the Citizens for Prosperity at Levski. That's their main settlement. So the question comes up in terms of lore consistency is, how does Nyx 1 all of a sudden become this lush, viable, gorgeous planet that apparently nobody has bothered to claim when habitable planets are in such short supply? And I think the answer is it doesn't. I think Nyx 1 is a proving ground for the planetary tech version 5. So, absolutely there's an inconsistency between what we saw previewed for Nyx 1 as far as what they showed off for the multiple biomes and whatnot, and the lore explanation.
Fizz said, Nyx 1 is Levski 2.0 basically. You get to play with it for a while, but they are going to take it away from you.
Exactly, Fizz. Exactly. Or even if they don't take it away, they're going to move it. Because Levski was developed for... It is a location, I guess, that was developed for Squadron, which is one of the reasons why it was in Stanton for a while they sort of developed it.
It will eventually come back.
But then they teleported it out and said it'll come back someday, right? Well, apparently next month is someday, at least for Levski and the new format version of Delamar, which is now an asteroid instead of a small planetoid. But, I think Nyx 1, as shown, is going to definitely do a Levski 2.0, like you said there, Fizz, in that They're going to use it to prove the technology for building a planet from the ground up in a way that players get to it enough that they can validate the data and whatnot, so that, you know, can they get the texture mapping to work with complicated biomes? Can the procedural generation that they don't necessarily touch all the time result in a planet that you can walk around on and not clip through the surface every time they stick a settlement on it, or a freight elevator or something like that? You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that they're not going to be able to test until they get stuff or get the masses of players on there, right? Now, why wouldn't they change the lore? Well, it would screw up the story of Squadron, and I think the Astropub makes a good point as far as that goes. It's just, I think he was lighting ASR on fire because he's so concentrated on the lore aspect that he kind of ignores, or is ignoring he may be ignoring the development. The developers have done this before. They have done bait and switches before. They did it with Levski before. The planets change over time as well. So, you know, and they haven't updated the stuff for Nyx in the game. You know, we get Nyx here on the planetary map. Control disk information for Nyx 1. Nyx 1, coreless world that has been mined clean. And this is consistent for the system. Nyx is an unclaimed planetary system situated in the border of unusually dark, dense and dark stellar cloud F-type main sequence star orbited by 3 planets in an asteroid belt. Due to the cloud's interference with navigational equipment, travel through the system is difficult and dangerous. The system's main settlement, Levski, located on the moon-sized asteroid in the Glacium Ring. So it's already, Levski is still the main settlement, so very pretty and lush planet, and nobody's decided to move there yet. Considered a haven for humans who wish to live beyond the reach of the UEE. It doesn't make sense if, I mean, they previewed the Habs in Levski. Where was it? You know, it's kind of like the pyro stuff. Like, why would you live there?
Of Levski, anybody traveling through the system, again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people.
You're not living there when there's a nice planet to sit down on, right? The lore for Nyx 1.
Larkspur said, "Hello all."
Hey, Larkspur, how are you doing? Next one, coreless planet that orbits closest to the sun, and this is also important, in the Nyx system. Once rich with valuable materials and high-grade metals, Nyx 1 was extensively mined to support the UEE military during the Meser era. 2546 to 2792. The abandoned mining facilities that remain on the planet's surface are sometimes used as temporary shelters
Fizz said,
by visitors.
"Hey, Larkspur."
So, strip mine clean, abandoned mining facilities, and used as shelter by whatever visitors are going there. It's listed as not habitable and uninhabitable. Yeah. So, as people are lighting
Larkspur
their hair on
said,
fire about
at
this.
Fizz Ohio.
There's a lot of theories about, well, what if the terraforming and changing the lore? They don't need to change the lore. All they need, this I think, is a game development thing that they're doing that they're just not telling us about yet. Because CIG, even if they get out of sorts sometimes about the right hand of the company not always talking to the left hand, or at least it appears that way to us from the outside, they are pretty consistent. Like, they've looked in or thought about the planets and whatnot. And I mean, it's not like the star map isn't also subject to change, but here's the there's only so much they are going to be able to change certain things to still be consistent with where they are, right? Next 3 is a gas giant, and they did mention
Sienna said, "Hey Larks."
So that part's not changing. Next 2, over here, they mentioned it being like a toxic planet. High pressure atmosphere, thick clouds of acid and carbon monoxide makes Nyx not worth terraforming. It's also, but I mean, it is, if there was going to be a terraforming candidate in the Nyx system, it would only be Nyx 2. Because they're so nice to put the green habitability zones onto the star map. And the whole thing with Nyx is it's supposed to be, or Nyx 2 is it's supposed to be, they kind of set it up as a Venus analog, right?
Fizz said, "Gotta run, CYA all."
All right, Fizz, you have a good night. Thanks for coming by. So yeah, Nyx 2 is supposed to be a Venus analog. So it's right on the inside of the green zone where it's not hospitable, and then you throw in a atmospheric composition to make sure that it's too hot to trot. Let's see if I can put the music back on, because apparently there isn't any. So that part's already been, that part was already reinforced in the presentation. Now, they talked about Nyx 1 being a hero planet. I find that a little bit suspicious because they talked about hero teams in hero ships and various other things, right? So the hero teams being the sort of specialty, I think they called them hero teams, that they were giving the specialist debugging work to. So I'm thinking that they're using this current iteration of Nyx 1 to create the rest of their tech and push it through. Here's why you can't put it in as it is shown in the Nyx system, even under other lore conditions, because they're not that sloppy about it, right? You go, if we went to Pyro, we have a very toasty Mark 1 or Pyro 1. Pyro 2 and 3, Monox and Bloom, all sort of situated in around the green zone. By the time you get to 4 and Terminus 6, remember, Terminus is very cool. Pyro 1, very toasty, right? When they do these maps and whatnot, I don't think it's a matter of they just ignored the lore team. I mean, they're knee deep in each other's work regarding the various narratives for stuff. So the environmental stuff on the mission design, when they're putting stuff onto Pyro 1 where things are overheating on top of the radiation and everything like that. It makes sense. So if Nyx 2 isn't worth terraforming, what happens to the planet that's further in where it's nowhere near the green zone for what we would consider habitability if we were able to terraform it to an Earth-like atmosphere suitable for the humans, right? Anything like that after terraformation still has to live within the green zone. The whole thing with the so-called, I think it's a Goldilocks zone, is that's the band that you have liquid water on planets. So Earth is in that Goldilocks zone. Mars is out of it, or it might be right on the outer edge, but that's why people figure that Mars might have been Earth-like at one point. There's a similar discussion for Venus, I think. It might be right on the inside of our green zone. I can't remember exactly. Actually, let's go up to the galaxy map. Let's see what they mapped it out as in here. Yeah. I question this particular green band, but I mean, there's other references that we could check. But yeah, Earth is definitely on it. Mars still inside it. Yeah, Venus well inside. It's one of the reasons that Venus is so hot, in addition to the cloud layer. And I mean, Mercury is basically
Larkspur
a
said,
scorched,
Hi Sienna. Hi Echo.
scorched, overheated marble most of the time, right? So, Nix 1, even if you terraformed it, is still going to be inside the orbit of Nix 2. So it's still going to be well inside the green Goldilocks zone, because outside everything's frozen and becomes an ice world. Inside, liquid water evaporates and becomes water vapor or superheated steam at best, or dissipates, gets whatever. Either way, you can't terraform this down with an Earth-like atmosphere and end up with anything that habitable. Can they change the star map? Theoretically, yes, but they still have this Goldilocks problem, and they still have the problem where it's inside the orbit of Nix. So if they change the lore for Nix 1, then they would have to change all the lore for Nix 2 and onward. So in terms of the incongruency, I think it's just a game dev choice of temporary measure. There's no way they would break the universe that much to all of a sudden put an Earth-like terraformed planet out of nowhere this close to a sun inside of a Venus analog and try to hand wave it around to make it make sense. Now, what else did they say at CitizenCon? It was way down here at the end.
Echo said, Hype Wave.
Change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the ways that you mentioned that they can go and enjoy and create their own, integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the
mainly due to around a feature may not been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for Align and Mine. People probably don't know, but Align
This sounds like they're
on the laser.
He might be planning on maintaining the monthly or semi-monthly or monthly cadence for patches.
Didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game, so we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin. And we held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits. And like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning, in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and crafting. And all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience
Sienna said, lots of blah blah. LOL.
It's not that much blah blah. There's a point to all this. It's just not quite at the spot that I'm looking for here.
And as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been...
And those NPCs, they're talking to you. They're talking instancing, which I'll talk about more. But similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo NPC.
Lots of mission activities for the content we're creating. So we want to share with you super early.
Go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those three pillars again, and how
start doing it open world? It would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience.
I'm trying to remember where this is.
Know that there was an instance. You're not going to get a look.
The feature where Citizen for the spaceships.
2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen, and I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian.
Rather than me spoil it, I'll let somebody else spoil it. Yeah. Sorry. I'm gonna have to.
And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe being moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. It takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start.
That Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day, and while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for people that are playing it all the time, of playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the Sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin. And we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits. And like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background.
So invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use.
That's not the part. It was somewhere in here, and I'm not sure I've quite hit it yet. But one of the things that was mentioned, and I believe it was at this part of the presentation, was they will have to make decisions, or they make decisions for the sake of developing the game for either the player experience or to basically get things out the door or to test and validate them. And basically it's a version of they have there are decisions that they will make that they don't necessarily tell us what's going on. They don't necessarily how would I phrase this? They'll make decisions for reasons that may be opaque to us, but there's a good reason for it in terms of either trying not to break the game or get a feature to us in a better state than where they think it might be. And so plans change. I mean, this is something I said going in, like whenever these CitizenCons come around, they give us a vision. And even where they say where they want to end up with by next year, it's like 2 to 4 before we actually see it realized, depending on how complicated the item is. Especially since it always ends up being, it's kind of like renos on houses. Whatever the contractor quotes, you double it. And it saves you from a lot of heartache down the road, right? And then there's the letter to the chairman in December that can reprioritize everything by the time they get back to work in January. They kind of look at the entire roadmap and kind of throw it out and have bloody meetings for a couple weeks. And by February, the plan for the year is completely changed. So, I'm not exactly sure why everyone's surprised about this, right? So in the same way, and as Fizz said, in the same way that Dalamar and Levski sat around in Stanton for a couple years while they were building that up for the first iteration for the early builds of Squadron, them being able to bring it back for Nyx is awesome. Giving us the system for Nyx is awesome. But in order to validate the planet tech that they're going to use for building out all the planets sort of from here on in, so apparently Nyx is now on that list, not just as well as revamping Stanton Pyro and building out Castor and Terra. It seems to me that Nyx 1 is a test planet, whether or not they keep it at all or use it to maybe, I don't know if they're using it to test all the biomes that will be on both Castor 2 and Terra, and I think there's another Terra planet that's also habitable. To test out the art assets and the biomes and build it out, and then either split up those biomes for the different planets that they actually belong to, or maybe it's being set up as a moon test bed that they can then retcon into orbit into one of the other systems without necessarily breaking any lore consequences. So if I would caution anyone about getting too attached to Nyx 1 in whatever form that they presented to us initially. Now, why don't they say anything about it? One, CitizenCon, everyone's screeching about everything anyway, so save the news for later. Or maybe they'll address it in an ISC or IE or on Spectrum in some other patch. I would just as easily suspect they might not say much about it because they want to make sure that we'll actually go to Nyx 1 and explore the terrain, test the rock climbing the mountains and all the other stuff, which they may suspect is less likely if everyone figures that it's a temporary art piece that's just going to
Echo
disappear in a
said,
couple
so
patches.
we're gonna nix one already?
You're gonna nix one
Captain
already?
Infinite.
Yeah. Well played, sir. All right. I think I've run the rationale for that. Hopefully it actually makes sense. It's unfortunately not in any way that's going to be condensable, but whatever. I am going to take a few
All right,
moments for...
need to adult. GLHFDD.
All right, Echo, you have fun adulting. I also have taken intermission, so I am also going to be right
Hype
back in
wave.
about 4 minutes. So it was good to see you, though, Echo, and hopefully we'll catch you again very soon. All right, everybody else, I'll be right back.
Lance said, I am proud, Sienna, laughing face. Sleep well, Echo. Sienna said, at Lance 2185 proud? What did I do? Sleep well, Ek.
All right. I keep forgetting to turn the music back on whenever. So not used to this.
Introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue, a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we
PTU
have
was
lofty
installed,
future
then I
goals,
pressed buttons
we
and
still have
need to start
make
all over.
decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make conditions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk a bit about. Know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. Has a role and has
that life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose, and I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in, and I think 2026 is going to be...
All right.
But the enemies in the station...
We're talking about...
The Van Duel neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason. So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
Exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it.
I don't know why everything in Star Citizen has to be overheat this, overheat that. Other than, I guess, if it froze, it probably wouldn't blow up spectacularly.
A whole lot of damage. Want to top up?
This is where we're going to get our new feature in. Ship hangar, refueling, and rearming.
Refueling or rearming inside ship hangars. This was one of the main things that I was very keen to see whether or not they would get it in there. And even though they didn't show it, it certainly speaks to the feature trying to get in for this end of the year, or by the end of the year for this event. Where is... Let's find out what they, or see what they said about the SHIV.
You know, happy customers, you know, Gray just sees
proposed that Vandal pilots use.
Yes. So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Van Duel and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
All right, let's take a look at this one.
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, you know, happy customers. You know, Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who are would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the SHIV, well, we don't really know what it is, if I'm to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around.
Yeah, the best buckets ever.
Something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the SHIV, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll
Lance
start
said,
to pick out
"Gore.
elements from other ships.
Had to reboot / repair the
main
keyboard.
thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Sorry,
Even
Sienna.
the bits that are
Misread
obviously
the
a
chat
cutlass
earlier.
have had panels welded
Was
on,
proud of Echo for the next
panels
pun.
removed.
Smiley
Top
face.
turret, which is now
Of course you would be.
this
And actually,
hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other
guess I
ships'
should
turrets.
put that out
and
there,
then
right?
The changes continue onto the inside.
Sienna said,
where, again,
"Sad face."
It sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters, it's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters, it's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet. Bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
Thrusters.
It is very
Thrusters.
much taken
Are
that
we having some
ethos of
kind of
Drake
engine fetish?
and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this?
Lance said, not to worry. I'm sure you will get the NYXT1, laughing face.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where
Sienna
did it come
said,
from?
this ship looks
I'm
terrible.
not gonna answer that.
Just nothing. Just
No comment.
Gray goes
Come
to
on, it's
places
awesome.
and talks to people. I mean, you know, there are just many ways to find these things that, you know, I mean, are they legitimate, you know, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, you know, money's money.
What's
Does
law?
Gray have a motto? An
As much
ethos
as
to
I
live
respect
by?
Drake, but this
probably
is
comes down
nah.
to
Nasty
where I
LOL.
got it.
But it's not Drake.
How we got it. Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the SHIV is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
Lance said, it sends a shiver up my
happy with the
spine,
three-ship
tongue
offering.
sticking out.
Obviously very combat heavy.
Oh, Lance. All right. Let's maybe get into the verse. And we'll take a closer look.
Sienna said, the verse ID downloading on my end LOL.
Good, good. Sienna, have you gotten in there in order to check out your Stinger yet?
Is.
No.
No? All right. No, it'll be a good chance.
So we'll do that, LOL.
Well, that's kind of the hope.
Watch me hating it, XD.
Watch you hating it, yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to take some time to poke around at it. Once you got it to your hangar.
Wife is gonna be mad if I hate it, lol.
Well, I mean, store credit, right?
Hate.
You can always melt it and apply it to your Perseus upgrades or something.
Polaris lolul.
Oh, was it Polaris that you were trying to get? Fair.
So, NOV is Persis.
Then pool Eris next year at Soon Point.
Welcome to the ASOP.
Yeah, start piecing together enough CCUs to try and get a deal on the Polaris by the time you get there. All right, does. Where is it? Grace. There we go.
I'ma hire you for that.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the Fontways.
2 and 32. You're gonna hire me for it?
You'll have access to my account lol. Big responsibility.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea. Come back to me and it's like, where'd my Idris go? And suddenly the mystery of Fizz's
I trust you, XD.
random Idris will be solved.
I didn't have an Idris yet.
Tell you one thing I kind of really do wish that they had managed to squeeze in there would have been discussing the modular hangars.
But the day I have one, you will be one of the captain for it.
Alright, yes, give us the lights. The whole point of coming here was see the light.
No, this ship IIS hideous, I am sorry, XD.
That sounds like a you problem. They've changed out the Are these recycled from
Wait,
the
is that the Paladin?
No, that's not the Paladin. This is the Shiv.
Yeah, hideous then.
Lolalulol.
Guessing that might be the fueling port. So again, this is apparently
open it and find out.
A squadron
Lolo.
asset, which the Astropub has informed everybody about a few times. So there's some sort of group that the ship was previewed in, I think, Squadron 42.
This ship is
trailer.
aerodynamically not flyable friendly.
Dude, my favorite up to this point has been the Aurora. How aerodynamic is that, apparently? Although it'll be interesting to see what it looks like after they do their rework. If they just do a gold pass or if they actually do structurally change the exterior design a bit. But yeah, so freelancer thrusters, I don't even know what this whole side piece is.
But plugs can be very aerodynamic.
Valkyrie engines. Alright, let's go inside and take a look. This is a smaller cargo bay. Alright, so we got a fuse over here.
Lance said, Sienna, don't get me started on aerodynamics for this game. Even your TAC would fail, smiley face.
Look at the bitty light switch. More levers for the doors.
Sienna said, my tack has already failed us, Lance.
Low.
Yeah, so there's no pickup for the bucket.
Lance said, pilot error, tongue sticking out.
Use weaponized.
Sienna said, so that is where you poop. Great. A who ship LOL.
Okay, we're talking about that weapon.
Larkspur said, hi Lance.
Sienna said, at Lance 2185 the cannon of an Idris is hard to avoid. It is a hobo ship LOL.
What did that say?
Purple, you deserve higher standard. Especially for a man as classy as you. Lance said, higher, Larkspur. Sienna, that would kill just about anything. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to put this anywhere where I can spawn a new ship without losing this one.
Sienna said, open freight, put the nose in it.
Should give you clearance, hopefully.
I think the freight's too low, though. Otherwise, I'd be able to do that with my Cuddy as well.
I'm in the lobby for VUIP TW.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Alright, I'll be right there.
Your vehicle has been please visit us again.
Now, it's like, please just bring up my Cuddy without putting my other one away. I don't think it's actually going to do that, but it'd be nice. Alright, Alright, Sienna, how are you doing? Let's see if we can hear you yet. Oh, maybe I should get in the studio. That would be good. There, that's better. Can you hear me meow? Okay. I can't hear you. Why is that? Try that.
Me or is it you?
No, that's you. Or my switchboard, so.
Second time.
Sorry, say something again.
Testing?
Yeah, okay, there. It sometimes takes a certain signal ratio before things will really listen, so. Have you gone into the verse to, on the PTU side?
Got 20 gig left.
Alright.
It's my fault. I click buttons and it's on me.
Alright, so I'm going to take a quick look at the... I'm seeing a lot of folks complaining about a lack of a component pass on the SHIV. Which... But they were also mentioning for the Stingers, one of the reasons I want to take a look at that. But I was trying to remember if there had ever been, or that had ever been done for the Cuddy, and apparently not. There's spaces for it, but the various component racks haven't actually been put in here yet.
The thing I didn't get, the SHIV is basically a Cutlass Black without the front wings, correct?
It's got not the front wings, but it's got extra engines on the side, no side doors, remote turret with a different loadout, and Valkyrie engines. So yeah, like the main part of the chassis is definitely Cuddy. But yeah, the weapon racks, 4 rifles.
Okay. It reminds me what a friend of mine said about the SHIV, and he basically said the SHIV is what happened when you take drugs when you make a kid.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I can see that now that you mentioned Valkyrie engine, Cutlass Black chassis.
Yeah, so the whole thing is it's a Squadron 42 asset for some shipjackers that you encounter somewhere along the line. And apparently I think Astropub was saying that they're like based out of Nix or something. I'm not sure if the shipjackers are based out of Nix or whoever builds their ship is based out of Nix. That's where we get this Grays guy that all of a sudden, like, apparently he's the one running a chop shop in order to make these bastardized ships. And they were previewed back in 2019, I think, including the SHIV. It didn't have a name. They just kind of showed it. And actually, I think I remember maybe seeing it even back then.
Now you know what could be fucking neat? Is like, you can take any of your ship and do that. Like, scrape them out, put a Valkyrie engine or Polaris engine and see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go full Starfield for it.
It'll be neat.
It'll be neat, but that would be like a Star Citizen 4.5, like after the 1.0 release.
See, that will be a good
4.200 or sorry, 1.200 patch or something like that.
That will be a good advertisement feature for Star Citizen. Like, you introduced this feature of building your own ship and you said, hey, Starfield, that's how you make a space game.
Well, I mean, No Man's Sky has already gone and thumbed their nose at Starfield on that count, because If you've seen what people have been doing with the Corvette system in there, it's insane. Thought the No Man's Sky bases were next level, and yeah, no, give that same group of players a bunch of Corvette parts, and yeah, they're scary.
I always like when. That's a thing I miss in video games a lot, is when players come together to build something. Like, you know, back in the era of Halo 3, they could create those maps using the Forge mods, and it just, I kind of miss this, you know. I think just a community coming together to have fun.
Yeah.
Give them assets, let them play with them, you know.
Alright, so this is supposed to have 32 units of cargo.
You said you were in Horizon, correct?
Yeah.
Alright. Copied my account, I received an email, I think, confirming it. Yep. Good. I have a PTU password. What?
Do all this running around. Forgot I probably should have given or grabbed a tractor beam.
So if I bought the name of that ship, the Stinger, it should appear on my anchor on the PTU, correct?
Correct. Assuming that you've copied your account over.
Yeah, I did. I haven't played in the PTU in a hot minute, that's why I'm asking that question.
Gotcha.
Need a refresher. I think last time I played on the PTU was 4.0. When they just show Pyro. Before.
Crap. Alright.
Sorry, I'm laughing at you watch the stream.
Yeah, well, I mean, I brought up the boxes and it's like, oh, I don't have a tractor beam in the PTU. Unless I go buy a multi-tool attachment or anyway, it's like this is a pain. I'll worry about that when I go to your hangar.
I'm about to jump in. I'm almost done installing. I have like 600 megabyte left.
So no side doors, but I'm not sure what those are. Doesn't, like, the Starfare engines are kind of strapped to the side here. There's probably more than enough engine components in there, the inlets. Those engines should be mostly self-contained. Like, I'm wondering, like, does this stuff look familiar at all? Like, it's not strapped on from the side of the ore processing on the prospector or anything, is it? Like, I don't recognize that piece. I think we're getting sounds out of multiple hangar instances again. Alright, so the weapon rack's over here. Instead of 2 doubles, they got a double with 3 pistols and a heavy. They've bagged over the lower windows. Visibility is going to be a little more rough. Engineering's in the same spot. So I'm wondering if they just pushed this, if they didn't bother updating the component pass in here because they're going to have to do it for the cuddy anyway. But it hasn't been on the schedule, but it's not like, if it doesn't stop the cuddy, it's not like it's going to be that hard to retrofit into the spaces here once it is. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to go for a bit of a walkabout, because if I don't have a tractor beam here, now I gotta go get one.
I'm jumping in the verse. Do you want me to buy one for us?
Well, I mean, it's gonna be the same difference.
Oh, fair enough.
Don't worry about getting into the verse, because you gotta get into the verse, and then you'll probably have to back out to the menus to join in on me anyway, because you don't get access to the friends list until you're in one.
That's, yeah. Sure, that's true.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved. Please visit us again.
I'm sure why there's so many dead people around here all the time, but
Keep track of all personal effects, follow all safety announcements, and report any concerns to Procedure Security. Together, we can set your visit on the right course.
yeah, was Cousin Crow's down?
can grab me a tractor beam then, if you go there.
I'm trying to remember where. Yeah, no, that was the transit nexus.
Each room comes with the softest linens. The staff treated me so well, and the accommodations were so thoughtfully considered that it was like having a vacation for my vacation.
Chairman's Club. Okay, yeah.
Never read a hat from anyone else. Green Circle.
All right, fine. You're gonna have to go to friggin' Cousin Crow's or something. Maybe I should have set the spawn over at Pyro instead, so then at least everything's on the same space station. Don't have to play transit games in order to get there.
Sorry, I just need to redo all my graphics settings.
The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing. Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark at Skyway Shuttle service. The next shuttle is last call for passengers. Station. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Alright, let's see if we can find our way to Cousin Crow's.
Hey there.
Don't.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
Let's see. Shipping stuff. Alex. It's the cargo deck.
After the JL Dex incident, we are asking that everyone continue to double check and verify the contents of all containers. Help is appreciated.
Let's see. Anything else I need over here? Oh yeah. Boxes.
Just a heads up that we are still looking for volunteers to help with this year's charity well. If you'd like to participate, sign-up forms are available in the office.
Avionics. Oh, right. Oh, the flight blades went into the game, didn't they?
Just triple checking Horizon, correct?
Yeah, Orson.
Okay. Sorry, Horizon. I keep saying Horizon, but nothing. I'm loading in.
What is this? Propulsion?
It's Star Citizen, that's what it is.
Explorer, swing. Oh, these are the jump modules. Okay.
Yeah, the thing that I removed one day without realizing I removed it.
Yeah.
Then I had the beautiful lens helping me for like an hour fixing it, and I fixed it.
That's good.
I got lucky. Lens was here, and he was aware of that because I was not.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not something that's been, I think, well enough publicized so that people are aware of it.
Like,
so
what?
hopefully they get rid of the bug eventually so that the tabs disappear. Now, is that going to be here, or is that going to wait for the next UI rework for inventory?
I was sitting there trying to jump to go to Pyro with lens. I was like, why is it not working? And I was getting so mad.
Yeah.
Until Lens was like, did you change something? I was like, yeah, I changed my content driver. I was like, ah. I was like, oh. I got. That was a.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
There.
Did you, were you able to join on my instance, or?
I'm quitting to try to join on you now. Oh boy. Game is not happy.
Well, I mean, it's gotta take some time to rebuild the shaders anyway, so.
Yeah, and I quit right after. We'll see if it recovers. Yeah, it did. I cannot see you. Oh, I need to add you as a friend, I think.
Yeah, for some reason I think the friend. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think the friends list.
Approaching next station.
There you go.
Before stop, please prepare to disembark.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing.
I'm joining on you. On the dreamy equilibrium. I hope it's a good server. FYI, I won't be too late tonight.
Enjoying the view?
Which means no 2 a.m. for me.
I mean, that's fine. I'm already on here longer than I plan to either, so.
I can't do 4 a.m.s either.
I have to unpack my No Man's Sky expedition into my main account, and that's going to be like 3 hours of inventory management.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna check out this SHIV with you a bit, and Stinger, Stinger, and see what we do.
2955 marks the centennial anniversary of the first orbital platform built on Crusader. Join expectations from the everyday.
Well, if you join on me fast enough, we'll.
I'm in the loading screen.
Yeah, good.
I don't know if that's fast enough.
Well, that'll be good. We can take a look at the Stinger first.
I mean, there you go.
And that way we don't have to worry about
delivering it. It's all my anger going up. Let me invite you.
oh yeah, we need to do a party invite. That's the problem.
Do you want to do it or I'll do it?
I'll do it.
I have
man, it's been
no
so long since
armor,
we've done
nothing.
this.
Okay.
It's like, how does this work again? Why can't I see you or your or the hanger? So used to running.
I don't have any armor or anything on me. I'll do that in a sec.
That's fine.
I don't even know if it's important.
Not overly.
Bless you, my cat. Oh shit, it's beautiful. It is gorgeous. I give them that. Yeah, there's some cat. Yeah. Yeah, I understand where my money went. All on the design.
Okay, hold on here. Let me grab you your tractor beam.
Yeah, put an arm. Yeah, there's some beauty into it. I didn't even put the paint on that I had for it.
Alright, I'm gonna stick the max lift over on the freight elevator, and you can go ahead and throw it down at your leisure.
Just gonna respawn the ship's gonna see some. Let me check something. I can check. Oh no, I cannot check here now because yeah, that's how it works. Damn it.
Alright, the max lift is on the elevator for you. Alright, let's go see this thing.
Let me put it down and back up real quick.
Why?
I'm gonna check something because it's not look. I don't know. I'm having an issue. Hold on. 1 second.
When are you ever not having an issue?
Well, the day Star Citizen is not giving me issues. Which means some point next year.
That's fine. Come over. Well, while you're waiting for the stuff to cycle, you can come over and put the elevator down.
Yes, sir. I'm not the only one to be naked. Good to know.
Or you can just grab the max lift. It's your call.
It's on my
Yeah, that works. You know there's a thing to call the ship right over here, right?
Oh shit, I keep forgetting about that one. Jesus Christ. Do not judge me, I keep forgetting about this one. It's terrifying.
I will judge you all day long on that one.
Yeah, fair.
Alright. You sort out whatever you're going to do. I'm going to do a 5-minute intermission. I'll be right back.
Yeah, ship is going up.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright, everything all set?
Yep. What about a little issue earlier?
Now, one of the things I hear a lot of folks complaining about was that there was no component pass on this one either.
Like the design, it's good looking.
I mean, it's definitely, I guess,
I don't see, I'm trying to figure out where the big cannon is, the S5.
Oh, it's just, it's kind of on the left shoulder of the cockpit.
Yeah, I see it. It's that thing right there, right?
Yeah, right there.
Like, that. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. And then,
now for the best part. Let's open that RAM, shall we? Gonna come on my side that I can see the opening. Let's do it.
There's another floaty button thing.
Oof. Ooh, that's nice. Looks like rib cage. It's only the sit. I see. I'll let you go first since you're streaming. I can show it to people.
Yeah, don't ever let Condev onto this thing.
In here, yeah, so the fuse.
You saw the fuses? Yeah.
I was like, that's the first thing I saw is the fuse. I'm like, alright, it's not coming there.
Yeah, and you got the screwy rifle things. Alright, so... Yeah, there really is no interior space for this.
It's a fighter after all, isn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a heavy fighter.
Oh boy. You sat like the Banshee ship from Halo.
Alright.
I'm not drunk enough to understand the HUD of the thing right now.
I know, right? Yeah, it's
I'm watching you stream and I'm like, alright, I am not drunk enough for this.
Yeah. That's alright. Well, I'm just gonna fire it up to take a look at the rest of the HUD.
Sure.
Oh, look at the friggin' charge numbers for the guns. There's like 7 numbers there.
Dude, that's the only reason I grabbed it. I've been missing a heavy fighter, and they're gonna nerf it. I'm aware of it. It feels.
It's only got 4 shots per.
Yeah, as I was to say, we need to change the power in this.
Yeah. Steer.
Need to change the power. This is terrible. 4 shots only.
Shields. 1 of 18? Good lord. Well, let's 3 coolers. Holy crap.
Is that useful?
Well,
one
in the
per
previous
engine.
patches they weren't. I'm not sure what it's going to look like for this patch. But that would allow to get the guns fully charged without actually having to... So it's showing a cooling warning light. But now the guns are up to 13. Alright.
But what kind of
test fire
cannon it has?
Stay clear forward.
Oh, we're fire. Okay, we're test firing this Manger. Fair enough. Hold on, let me put in game. Holy shit! Is that attrition gun on it?
No, I think they're all lasers. But
I'm telling you,
okay,
the noise is, the sound is phenomenal when you shoot.
That shoulder gun has a slower rate of fire than the others.
Oh, this is nice.
That's the size 5 left right there.
Can you change it though for something else?
What do you mean?
If you wanna,
you can't change out that size 5, but all the others you can change out.
Okay, so it's like the Wolf. There is one gun that's like default.
Yeah.
I'll put attrition, I think, on that bad boy. She sounds sexy when you should. Wait, hold on, I'm in front of it. Hold on. Don't shoot. Clear to shoot.
5, 6 light strikes and the one wraith cannon.
Like attrition will be more interesting. I don't know. I'll have to test her.
They got grouped up for 2 or 4, and then the wraith all by itself.
The sound is awesome, just so you know. You need to come outside to understand what I'm saying. I need to shoot the guns while you're standing next to... Oh. It's nice. It's really nice. I just don't like the 14 shot or 13, that's not enough. I was expecting a bit more. I guess attrition gun I should be at her, I don't know, 60, 40 shots. I'll have to test it out. Did they sell attrition guns here? I have 15 million.
I think so.
They're size 4, so, right? On this, the gun is size...
All that internal space wasted with the little roller coaster.
Oh, let me shoot the gun for the stream though.
Fuses and stuff. Interesting lighting effects inside when you open the ramp.
I'm gonna shoot the guns for you to have an idea of what I was saying when I told you when you stand next to it, it sounds really sexy. All right, are you clear from the?
Yeah, you're fine.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, run another set there.
Yeah, it's recharging.
Yeah, that really nice. Cannon is actually pretty cool.
I am curious though, and I think since we're PTUing and not really doing something serious, I'm gonna put attrition on that bad boy. I want to see what changed for it. I'm pretty sure they sell them here. I want to see the difference in shot amount.
Okay, apparently we cannot parkour up the wing of this thing, unfortunately.
I tried, I was so disappointed. That's the first thing I tried, I was like, alright. Fuck my idea. How do you close the ramp though? Is there a button down there? Oh, it's... No.
I would imagine the button's in the same place that you found it for opening it, so...
I don't see it anymore.
Oh, here it is. Over here. This last rib on this side.
Are you kidding me? This is so dumb. Fair enough. Sexy ship though, I give them that. It's not... It's one of the best looking alien ship with a Venom Merchant. I like it had his own identity, and I give them that. I think that's nice. If you want, you can take her for... Well, I go find attrition, you can take her for a test fly outside.
No, that's alright. I mean, I was originally going to see about doing a combat test of all three, but then it turned out that you can only test them in the PTU if you own them. So...
oh, you cannot fly it right now? That's what you mean?
Well, I can't fly this one because I don't own one.
Yeah, but if you take mine, doesn't it work?
Oh, if I took yours, it would probably work fine. Although you'd probably need to open up the hangar first. But
oh, I can do that if you want.
I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
For
I'm
just getting a look at it was a bonus for relative to what I was actually planning on doing.
I think I'm gonna try to look for attrition gun. I just need to make sure they have... Horizon should have everything.
What the hell just happened that people... Something was shooting.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought it was you, and then I saw you outside the ship, so I was like, oh. I was like, that changed everything.
We're not the only one in this hangar space that is messing around.
Alright, it's the Stinger. Oh, Hercule is not updated yet.
In terms
it's
of the
not there yet.
component pass, it doesn't... Are those missiles?
Yeah, there's 8 size 2 missiles on it. I am double checking. It's size 4, right? The cannon is size 5 and the guns are size 4, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember?
No, you have to. Check
That's what I said. I need to remember, so I'm checking the website.
Check your loadout or check the website. Yeah.
Yep. Can do it. Tell me a lot of people are buying shit without telling me a lot of people are buying shit. The website is lagging. Weapons. Weaponry. There we go. There's 4 size 4 and 2 size 2? What? Where are the size 2s at?
Landing gears look like.
Okay, so I need sticks. Okay.
Oh, that would actually make sense because I think you got 4 larger sizes on the wings, and then you got 2 smaller ones that are kind of embed into the body.
I didn't see those. Okay, I put them. So let's see. Good news or bad news?
Yeah, I think we have a return of the sound bug between instanced hangars. That's probably what the gunfire was coming from.
Oh, guess what? It's not on sale in Horizon, the attrition, so I cannot try. Unless I fly the ship somewhere else. Like Lorville.
Well, I mean, it's the ships are all going to be live soon enough, so there'll be lots of opportunity to test them out in the upcoming patches. So,
yeah, and especially I put Lorville as my main station now, anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify that there wasn't the component access.
It does look nice though. I'm curious to. Some people say it's terrible in PvE and PvP. People have a lot to complain all the time, so I want to try it myself.
Well, exactly. Everyone complains about everything all the time anyway, so.
Because a lot of people were saying this was some ship that I did not buy because I listened, and when I had the ship in hand, I was like, wait, why did I listen to those people?
Oh, exactly.
So, to me, it's it's a very nice looking ship. I like the shapes.
You know,
I like the mix between the blade and this one. I think this is nice.
Yeah, I haven't.
It's heavy.
I haven't really given a tinker's cuss for most of the Vandal ships up to this point, but given the mix on this, I actually might be tempted.
Well, it's just.
Although I'm not doing it right now, I might get a CCU so that I can build into it later for cheaper.
I like the shape, you know, the blade, the alien ship, the blade, it has the same kind of shapes, but they add chunkiness into it. Like there's a lot of, it's chunky. Well, it looks like the lightning, but heavier.
Yeah.
And
well, and leading into this, I was thinking that the 200 referral bonus might be the stinger, but then when I saw that the Vandal Scythe was the 500 reward, it's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. And the pricing has borne that out in that this thing came in at 315 outside of Warbond, and I won't be surprised if it still goes up a little bit by Alien Week next year.
Yeah, that's the only problem with alien ships. They are expensive.
They are, but not it won't go up as much as a concept would getting released out.
Mm-hmm. But still, 290 Warbound, 315 at Warbound. That's a chunk.
But the thing is the 500 reward, the Vandal Scythe, or Asperia scythe was $300.
Yep.
Right? So it doesn't make sense to have a more expensive ship be the referral thing, which is why when I started seeing that, I figured the Shiv might be more likely.
Oh, that's nice. Have you checked the landing gear from up close? You can see the welding on the side.
Can you?
Yeah, you can see it's been welded all over the side.
Oh, yeah.
It's really nice. I mean, I know it's dumb. Who cares? But it just gives a little... I don't know. I can't.
Well, is that welding or is that texture? Or is that intentional on the point of Vesperia to make it look like it should? You have to compare against an actual captured or destroyed Vendel. Although they're probably going to use the same model regardless. Here's the thing. If they put Vandul into Nyx, are they going to allow for ripping off the guns and throwing them on top of or onto your Asperia version here?
Oh, there they are, the size 2. I saw them now. They're literally hidden in the body right there.
Yeah.
I didn't see them at first.
Especially this side has this, I don't know, atmospheric probe or some damn thing sticking out.
Yeah, I was wondering what it was going to be used for.
Might be an antenna or something. Or part of the sensor array.
Now that I look at it, I cannot help to think. Imagine if they did a ship. Yes, it's a fighter, but more like the Corsair with some habitation on it. That would have been a very nice ship.
Corsair has habitation. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine this ship would have been more like the Corsair with habitation. Oh. Like a same shape but bigger and longer. I think you would have a nice alien ship, but then it would have been $500 to $600 because alien, right?
Well, yeah. Well, and it depending on how the lore shakes out for the Vandul, it might not make a lot of sense.
Indeed. Hey, I have a good news though for people that just start the game with this ship. You can put little boxes on the back. I guess.
Starting with this ship. What do you mean boxes?
You can, when you open the ramp there before it closes, you can put you remember the first delivery mission when you have 3 boxes max?
Okay, yeah.
I think you can literally stack them here. It's gonna be tight, but you can stack a couple of them here real quick.
Yeah, technically, but actually there's enough room you could almost fit a pulse in here. Actually, that would be funny. Hold on, let me close up the ramp here.
I think you can put the pulse. It's just gonna clip all over the place, but yeah, it will fit.
The pulse would probably fit it. It fits in a Pisces, for God's sakes. A Pisces R. You have to tractor it into place, but it does fit.
That's a nice ship. I'm curious to test it out when... Oh, you told me, yeah, the landing gear.
Yeah, so I can...
So that's nice. They changed the color pattern for the button.
Getting it at least functional within the current model of the game. It is kind of weird that they are seemingly going to need to still do a component pass on it unless the components are already planned or basically in place and just not on a test version of the model somewhere.
I do like the Drake looking engine on the back though, with the pipes all over the side for it.
Yeah. And that
looks nice.
And that's also assuming that there isn't actually something accessible from 0G up top. Because when you're sitting in the thing and looking external, it would almost look like that whole top section would open up like another freaking rib cage.
I need to. You know what? Let me look at something. I'm gonna close the landing gear because we haven't seen her.
Because you know how the Tavern one is, right?
Yep.
You know the strike in the Talon.
Yeah, I see. In there. Yeah, it says a little water slide on before coming into cockpit.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, my engine's at. Oh, the noise, Jesus.
Okay, the gear animations are pretty freaking interesting.
Holy shit. It's heavy. It's heavier
it is
than
supposed to be a heavy fighter, so yeah.
It's heavier than the Corsair.
Really? That's actually saying something.
It's so heavy. That's how fast I can turn. I'm full.
Interesting.
You should try it out because this is...
Well, okay, I'm not sure I put any extra power into your engines, though.
Let me check my engine because this is heavy. No, engines are per default. There's only... No, but that's heavy. Oh my god, this is heavy. Holy... Yeah, you know, no, unless I'm drunk, let me land and you try this. This is really heavy. I understand it's a heavy fighter, but that's... Ooh. Holy! It's heavier than an 18-wheeler. Let me open the door. Unless it's just me being crazy, but this feels... Then it should be unheavy it a bit? That's mental.
Did you
That's
see the
really
weapons
heavy.
loadout for it, though? And this is the other thing. The Vandal are actually supposed to be pretty weak. They are the starter trash mob after all. Roger.
Stingy.
Sorry, I'm not getting my full rudders in there.
It's... I understand where they're coming from.
Yeah,
it feels like driving a truck. Like, I'm serious. Like, Corsair feels really light comparison to that.
Yeah.
And it's bigger.
Sorry, let me check the power thing here. Yeah, let's doesn't get a whole lot better with more power, but it's a little bit better, I think.
It still feels really heavy.
Whoops. Sorry about that.
Purple and I making a demo, Purple crashing the demo ship.
Yeah, that's supposed to be your job.
Well, I'm in the ground, so I'm just enjoying the show right now. She's a sexy ship. It's just. I hope they make her a bit less heavy and more agile. Not too much more, but just a little smidge. You know, like a little not up. That's not understand why people hate it. A lot of people are complaining about that.
I
that
mean,
it feels.
Yeah.
It's not terrible, but it's not good either.
Well, I mean, the proof will be in the pudding, as it were, right? So, yeah, we'll see how it shakes out in the end. I'll have to do a similar set of maneuvers with the Shiv once I get that thing up. But I want to check the cargo grid on it first.
On what, the Shiv?
Mm-hmm. I have a theory, and I want to check out a few things before I necessarily go open with it. So, all right, I'll get off the pad so you can do whatever you need to do there. I'm gonna head for my hangar. You're welcome to join me if you want to take a closer look at the Shiv.
Right behind you. I don't know how you run that fast. I don't understand how you do that right now.
Head start while you aren't looking.
Oh. Hola. No, Stinger is pleasant. I'm curious to see if they tweak it a bit from a not necessarily agile, but just more maneuverable, because it's not. The fact that it feels heavier than the Corsair to me is concerning.
How is it that you have only a large hangar? I thought you had an Idris.
I don't have an address yet. I told you that. Soon.
Soon.
Maybe.
CM.
Not this year, that's for sure.
I am teasing.
I do want an address. It's just. I do want an address. We can go fuck up people with a cannon, like we got fucked with it.
Well, the TAC Ops mission, now, whether or not that actually ever materializes, it might end up being kind of theaters of war-ish, in that we may be waiting a while, so. Although, you never know, if they get NPCs to get off of a drop ship for the reinforcements in Pyro, they might be able to figure out how to get them on board for the TAC Ops mission. Because you know what that means there, Sienna? If they
Passenger
can get
transport?
What's that? What was that?
Passenger transport?
Exactly. If they can get the NPCs to board and deboard ships, that opens up the capability for the passenger gameplay in your Starliner.
The only thing with the Starliner, it's such a old concept. It's gonna have to be completely reworked and remodernized to how the game changed in 10 years.
Well, of course, which also means it's gonna get bigger and more expensive.
Yeah, I hope so, because I got it when it was cheaper.
Actually, Sienna, can you get the Shiv and park it over here by the ass to the cargo hangar?
Thing is ugly, I'm sorry.
What's that?
This ship is ugly. I'm sorry.
I'm frankly, I don't care about hearing it or not, but it's like, whatever, dude. Each their own, right?
I do like the Corsair mixed with everything, but yeah.
Yeah, I just need you to park it ass to the or stern to the cargo elevator so that I can load it.
Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god, what's that? What is it? Inverted. Thank you, game. There we go. Sorry, my control went inverted. I had to change that. Not sure what I pressed to do that,
but a little more nimble than the. Don't have to get it too close. Calm down. That's fine there.
Alright, someone is testing cargo, I can tell. happy to help, but I'm not sure what you're trying to do, so...
I want to see what the grid looks like.
Are we just loading the thing?
Sort of. I'm mostly just kind of seeing what the grid...
I'll give you a box here. I'm passing you the box and you look at the grid. Do you want the same type of box next, or?
Sure. Or singles will do as well.
Okay. They're coming. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
The thing went flying when I dropped it.
Well, they've been working on the tractors, eh?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I will be gentle now. That was like out of control for a second.
Alright, that's probably good for a second. Let's see here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 2 by 2, so... This is interesting. I think we can get a single...
You cannot put up there, okay.
Yeah. I think this thing might be able to take a 32 SU box. Because it's all...
Can he take up with it?
Dude, the Shiv can take... Like, unless I'm crazy, because it's 2 high by 2 wide, right? So that should be 8 long?
So you can put at least 132.
2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. This thing should be able to do a 32 SU box.
Literally a butt plug and a butt plug.
Dude,
got it.
The Corsair can't do a 32 SU box. Right?
Huh?
The grid is only the grid is only long enough for what would be a 28 if such a thing existed, right? I think. Like,
this is...
Now, as for the tripping hazards and whatnot, all right.
I didn't see there was a turret.
And no jump seats. I don't remember if this... I don't think this fuse is on the course or the current cutty. It's in the back there. This still has the same problem. Like, this wall and or that bulkhead and this bulkhead are both a lot further in than they should be. Oh yeah, can you get access to the, I'm guessing you got a remote turret access from that chair, yes?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Hold on, I pressed the wrong button. There's gunner turrets, well, I went to the sheeter for a second. I wait, no, that's not the right place for a turret.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, remote turret.
Even the friggin' ladder is broken for the beds. It's hilarious. Or the racks.
Yeah, from this sit, it's the turret.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Okay, with that fuse box there, I'm not sure my predictions are necessarily going to make sense. And with the cargo all along that side, it also kind of causes an issue. Although it's not entirely... I mean, it wouldn't be the first ship that the cargo cut off the component access.
I was trying to find the component. I don't even see it.
Well, that's the thing. The components are supposed to be in like areas like that, or that one, right? So they have the spaces carved out for them, but it's the same on the Cutlass, right? They have the areas for the component housing more or less marked out, but they actually haven't implemented any of it yet.
There's an engineering terminal right there where I am.
Yeah, there is, and that's the same as what's shown up as coming soon on the Cuddy Black as well.
Gundev is gonna like your ship. There's 2 fuse boxes.
Yeah. But so here's what I was thinking, and I mean it may not. I don't know. They drew attention to things like the panels laying out, and I mean I know they've done that with the Corsair and whatnot, and the Drakes as well. Corsair and the Cutlass. You saw less of it, I think, on the Cutter. It just, there seems to be a bunch of space here. Now...
Sorry.
Thanks. You knocked me down like 25%. Like, what the hell? We're all of a sudden in Car Wars.
Damn. I believe you. That's crazy. All I was doing is getting out of your way.
From there. Wouldn't put it there. They could make use of this space if this decor was... Okay, so...
Lance said, never mind aerodynamics. Load balancing, tongue sticking out.
I mean, load balancing be damned too. I mean, maybe it is just a pure gunship, but I mean, I still have my doubts.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this ship to be a...
Well, okay, so we'll have to do a combat test as well to sort of see how it lines up, but especially since the Cuddy has been kind of the victim of a few nerfs over the last little while. We got 20 minutes. Do I discuss my theory? You think?
Go ahead.
What do you think, Lance? Should I do that or should I wait till the end of the break? I was telling him about it earlier. And then, of course, I'm going to make him actually try to type something. Because I'm a jerk. Yeah, the Valkyrie engines don't seem to have VTOL capability, so this might just be pretty much a straight flyer, a lot more than the Black is.
Yeah. Well, I'm still here. I'm just switching station.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel about this shift though. Like I don't know what its role is gonna be. Like I don't know how to place it.
So this is where I'm gonna get into the theory bit. I'm perfectly willing to admit this is like out there, and I could be completely wrong about this, but it's something that occurred to me during the I think it was after or late in CitizenCon when they were showing off some stuff. So I wanted to see the ship and see what the state was before, and compare it against the Cuddy Black as it currently is in game before I got too far into it. Maybe I'll do an early intermission and then we'll talk about that. How about that? Sound good? I think that sounds good. Alright, I am go and position myself somewhere. Gotta love it. Alright, we'll do the intermission and we'll come back and we'll talk about my theories about the ship.
I vote for after.
Alright, I'm back. Damn it, Sienna. I just thought about something. I should have had you go buy 32 SCU box of something while I was away on break. that might have been an actual... yeah. It is something I am reading that right though, right? Have you checked the math?
Yeah, it does give 32.
Yeah.
But my question is, can you fit it? The 32 box might be too high. That's my only.
No, because it's still 2 by 2, right? It's only as high as we would have here, right?
Oh, you're right.
Like if you really wanted to check, like the 8 SU that's still in the elevator there, as long as it fit, and I mean we already have other things that are too high over here. Like, you might have to be gentle getting it in there, but it'll work. These things have inventory, by the way. Oh, they do. Sweet. They're functional, not just decorative. How nice. Did you get your pirate-themed boxes from the codes?
What codes?
Oh, guess not, eh?
I was not aware of codes.
Yeah, no, during following Pirate Week, there was a whole thing with a scavenger hunt, and some folks were very good about going the engine or going to all the locations that were hinted at and piecing together the codes that would work for the what is it, the Salvage Skull series of boxes was the reward if you turned in the code on time. Okay. Where'd you go?
Oh, you mean the code I sent?
Huh?
The boxes with the code I sent to you guys with the boxes and the skull on it?
Yeah, the boxes with the skulls.
Yeah, I redeemed that one long ago. I was confused, but yes.
Issues with my monitor. It keeps getting on. I'm glad I'm not doing any dogfighting or FPS nonsense today. My monitor's pissing me off. It's one of those days. Did you clear out there, Sienna?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure. All right. So let's see how to explain this. I think this ship has some hidden functionality that'll make the Raptor look like Child's Play. I think this thing is going to do something completely new and different, and they just haven't revealed it yet. Now, initially, I was thinking that not having a component pass would be kind of a giveaway. Less so now because the Cuddy Black hasn't had it either. However, it also makes sense that when they go through in advance of engineering, when they go through all the ships to physicalize all the components, all the cutlasses are going to need a pass, and they can just add this to the mix. Because basically, like 90% of the work is going to be in common with each of those models, right? Doesn't matter if it's this or the black or the red, or well, maybe not so much the red, but but pretty much all the ships are, or all the Drake ships. Whoa, this tractor thing is really kind of cool. Where was this during the resource drive, damn it? Would have been so much less painful. Although then Elevator Guy might not have gotten the notoriety he did. It was awesome actually seeing him in the what do you call it? Preview? Cinematic or whatever for the last version. Okay, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Why, if this thing starts with a cuddy hull, why does it end up losing its side doors and losing cargo space? I mean, as much as I love, like, if you're going to have 32 units of cargo, being able to get a full 32 SU box in here is flipping amazing. But yeah, why? So that's kind of funny. Gray did not change the paint outlines of where the cargo grid should be, except that it kind of did. Yeah. Because it goes longer than what's actually marked down here. Emergency access. Lift and pull. Yeah. Anyway. So the Shiv is made. Theoretically, we see it for shipjackers. It's running out of nicks. It's put together by a guy who likes to do basically run a chop shop to make custom ships out of whatever parts he can weld together in weird ways. And I think there's some unexplained functionality of this ship. Why did it reduce in the cargo? And Jared mentioned something about ships maybe having a use in later parts of the show. So, let's take a look at that for a minute. I mean, we went through the Shiv earlier anyway. And then they talked about the weapons.
I will follow your stream.
And I think the next year of ships is.
Yeah, no worries. You gonna bounce out there, Sienna?
Yeah, but I'll be there. I'll just.
Yep.
I need to go slowly go to bed.
For sure. Have a good sleep.
See y'all.
All right.
It's going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
And expansive. Okay, there was something that somebody said about that, and maybe that actually did have.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
Thanks, Alexei and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Okay. I mean, yes, the eyebrow raise, I don't know. Maybe don't read too much into it, but here's the part that makes sense. What we saw in the background and they mention it several times but didn't address it fully. When they brought in the crafting bit, sorry, let's do Jared's piece first. He kind of had a little throwaway line here as well. Let's do this one.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all
Now, he did say combat ships, yes.
available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat ships.
Fair enough.
I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show.
Okay, so if we took that one mostly at face value, yes. Because then you get into the tactical operations with...
It's just on the outside. It's going to be getting harassed by this...
with the harassment.
...faction that you've met.
Power relays.
And this also factors into the refuel and rearm capability of hangars for ships that have hangars and subcraft. So I mean that's one nexus of it. And I mean I'm willing to admit I'm looking way too much into it, but talking ship was also followed by
mechanic.
The crafting mechanic or crafting discussion.
We don't have levels. We have ships. We have gear. We have things that you
and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
This looks like at about an 18, or no, sorry, not an 18. What are you thinking? 16 SU box worth?
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for, so it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you...
Okay. So why is this? If this is just a combat ship, why is it that the page is very sparse and the information is coming soon? Because what else is coming soon? Crafting going into tech demo and then into next year. This is a Nyx heavy ship. And one of the, there's a couple things that they have not answered about this. Right? So, first thing was the discussion of the referral reward ship. They still haven't mentioned what this is. But it was supposed to be announced at CitizenCon. They didn't actually announce. They didn't specifically announce the 200 referral reward ship that was supposed to be there. Does it make sense for it to be the Paladin? No, the Paladin's $350. For 500 recruits, this Vandal Scythe is $300. Does it make sense for it to be the Stinger? We already covered that the other day in that. The Vandal Stinger was a heavy fighter, whereas I think the Scythe is a light. So it didn't make sense for it to be... Now, the fact that it's only $15 more than the Scythe, because the Scythe was $300, I think, the last time we saw it offered. It's actually kind of weird that the Stinger's in the same price point of the Scythe. So either way, it doesn't make sense to put it in at 200 recruits, even though it's FanDuel. Because the next cheapest one is a $75 Tumbril Storm, right? Or thereabouts. So what would be in the price point between $75 and $300 that would make sense to put in at 200 recruits? Actually, the Shiv falls in, especially when I saw the price. I mean, and it is very similar to the Cuddy, which Cuddy is 110. So it kind of made sense for it to, and I was talking about this the other day, it kind of makes sense for it to slide in there. But they haven't announced it. And they haven't updated the details on this. And the whole ladder was only put in July. They knew what they were doing for these 3 ships being released at CitizenCon, especially if they haven't necessarily done a component pass on even the Stinger. I mean, they got them out the door on time. Like I said, it kind of makes sense that why bother doing the component pass on this if they weren't either going to apply it to all the Drake ships or do this one when all the Drake ones are done. At the same time, probably in advanced engineering. I mean, the Cuddy is such a popular ship, and the Red, and at least those 2. There's no way they leave them on the tarmac for too long. But they haven't updated this. Why would it be the Shiv, and maybe the details of the Shiv of why it would be something that's a step apart. Gray's Market. All right, we look at the page for this. Like, a lot of the information is not as we would expect with other ships. Let's go to the ship page inside the pledge store. It gives us the basic details. Flight ready, small, very brief description. They don't really say much about it at all, other than the fan and the toilet. Yes, it's upgunned. Is it upgunned to be $40 or is it? Yeah, $40 more than the Cuddy. Speculative. And even with the upsized guns, why the lower cargo amount? Other than trying to differentiate from the Cutlass. Like, most of the basic info is probably very much the same. You have to do a full side-by-side comparison, but chances are you're not seeing a whole lot here different, right? Other than the upgraded weaponry. But here's the biggest tell that I found. Go where the parts are, no matter how dangerous. This dude likes going and scalping parts off of ships, but this obviously isn't going to be a salvager. Especially since if it was going to be a salvager, the salvage gameplay is already in there. They don't need to obfuscate it, right? Want a ship to fit for the most troublesome tyrant out there. We're the ones to hammer it together. Dirty sand make the coolest ships. I mean, this is a sales pitch for his chop shop, sure. Guts and gear that this Gray's way. This market will proudly present a space-ready build of blood, sweat, and oil. More than the sum of its strips parts. The shuddersome Shiv. Use it wisely or not. Now, most of the figures show the weaponry, but they don't really expound upon it. Oh, sorry, never mind. They have it down here. Quad remote turret from the Hurricane, loaded with size 3 guns from the F-7A Hornet Mark II. 2 size 4 ballistic Gatlings from Redacted. That's kind of funny. VTOL's repurposed as rear main thrusters taken from the Valkyrie. Engine specialized in long range travel from the Freelancer. Modded with Anvil, Misk, Drake, etc. Flyable in the next version of PTU is released. See disclaimer below. The Warbond standalone pledges include a limited Meridian paint featuring a simple yet stylish metallic silver finish. Sure. And ahead of the IAE, they have the 10-year insurance policy. They're going to put this, and this makes sense because this will probably carry on offer throughout IAE, so it makes sense for them to put the 10-year on it right now. So the IAE is only in, what, 4.5, 5 weeks at worst. All right. Where's the stats on this? There's nothing in here. Has the fan, bucket, toilet, heavy fighters favor firepower, durability over speed and agility, relying on strong armaments and resilience, stout less known for well opponents. Like, this is the most ridiculously short cut and paste sales pitch ever, even within the verse. So here's the thing. Coming soon. No image found, offline transmission error. What functionality will be coming soon that results in this thing losing side doors and cargo space? Because if they're going to take away cargo space, they got to put something in it, right? And just the weight requirement for the extra cannons doesn't really seem adequate to me. And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to check this thing out, right? Because we obviously have where the wings are. It looks like it's probably pretending to be some sort of air intake. Now that you need an air intake for space stuff, you still have the lights mounted. Basically everything that would have been on the sub or four canard wings on the Cuddy are there, right? And you have the exchangers and whatever leading into, like, obviously the pipe fitting. Like, definitely reading too much into this probably, but into the, what is it, the Freelancer engines, right? The Valkyrie VTOL, or the Valkyrie VTOL engines repurposed for the mains. Again, that shouldn't be any issues. Obviously, this is not set up for the VTOL capability before, although I didn't actually hit the button to test that theory. But regardless, there is still, and they like physicalizing all their components, right? There's still a bunch of space. Like, they didn't make this body any less wide. This should be the doorway on the outer part of the piping frame here, right? The overall shape stays the same. But you have all this machinery here. What does this do? Is it part of the engine fuel systems? I mean, maybe. But, you know, well, again, why does it take up so much extra space? So you get a 32 SU cargo container in here, great. And you still need the walkway, so you need, or the Cuddy has everything split up. There's a small cargo grid in the middle, and then padded out on either side. So the plate welding over on this side is fine because that's where the cargo grid is. Seems like a little bit of wasted space there, but whatever. It wouldn't be the first time. And I mean, maybe this is permanent, like, sure, but they also do a lot of art assets and various other things. This actually seems like a weird kind of base in here as well. So I don't think they're changing much in this space. They'll update the components when they get there, and that's all fine and dandy. What if these removed panels weren't actually permanent? And the machinery back here was actually set up for something a little more useful. Some sort of feature that would be not in the game yet, but coming soon. And so different, like every friggin' ship out there, including this one, has their coming soon engineering terminals, right? So it's probably not an engineering terminal. You can debate about whether or not being a heavy fighter gunship makes it worth $40 more than the baseline cutter. Or, sorry, Cutlass. So I'm thinking, what if the Shiv is not only a heavy fighter, but it's built by a guy who runs a chop shop, and one of the things that he does is be able to deliver random parts to places.
What was there originally?
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters.
All this machinery here.
It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from
interesting
Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
Okay, theory number 2. Although I think this is less likely. Throwing, again, they throw these words in here, and it's like, really? What are they thinking? See, this almost seems too cut and paste, you know, back and forth. I mean, yeah, symmetry, but I mean, it is pseudo Drake. So what if the Shiv from Gray's Market is introducing something completely different and new in terms of gameplay when they finally get it fully functional? And what if the coming soon TM part is a part of that, and it's why they don't want to necessarily reveal the its place on the referral ladder. So what I'm thinking is, what if, in line with Nyx, in line with Gray doing a chop shop, in line with them still needing to do a component pass on this particular ship anyway, in line with later in the show, but not the obvious tactical ops.
Star Citizen.
In line with what they need for repair and refuel Rion.
Kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and use those to your crafting bench, the fabricator. You can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get. There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint.
In line with ship ammunition, which will obviously be needed for the reload stuff for the hangars. What if the Shiv is a spare parts or snap-on tools wagon or van of the Star Citizen universe? We're not, I mean, it's next, it's dangerous enough, and it is gray, so, you know, could see him definitely want to push in. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this in the place of the Drake Cutlass in Teaches when it comes out, unless Gray is going to have his own shop somewhere, either in Levski or around one of the other, at a POI somewhere else in the system eventually. But yeah, I'm wondering what if all this extra machinery that resulted in the reduction of the cargo bay was actually more related to a shipborne crafting setup than just stuff is welded together and we put bigger guns on it. Because if they just weld more stuff on it but don't actually have anything new in terms of gameplay with the ship, why is it coming soon? Image not found, transmission error. Like, you wouldn't need to hide that, right? It's just bigger gun go boom, right? And otherwise, this ship is very, very slight on details. So I'm kind of thinking they're holding their tongue in order to hit us with something about this later on once the features are actually in game. It's a way of getting the ship into game without the associated gameplay by simply not advertising that it's supposed to be there. So if and when crafting gets into a test, they're talking about getting crafting into test by the end of the year. So perhaps by the time we hit 4.4, this thing gets updated. Maybe not for 4.4, but for the test example, they may or may not retrofit some of the stuff out of this and let us know what is actually intended with the Shiv. Or possibly for IAE to help finalize the sales through Christmas. I don't think they would be wise to wait until the new year to sort of reveal whatever this coming soon is. Because they'll lose out on... If this ended up being your portable crafting ship that didn't require you to take up an extra 16 SCU with the portable unit, but it was the first... it was also the first sort of crafting van type white lorry of the verse. I think that would freaking be awesome. Now, if they're talking about refining, it's interesting that they threw that word in there. Now, did it mean anything or not? Who knows? But just having sort of seen that again, what would be the other possibility? Could they make this into a refinery operation? Yeah, maybe. I don't think that would be nearly as fascinating. I mean, if they were getting the refinery gameplay in as part of, say, the mining refactor, and this was going to be the first stab at it without necessarily putting something like the Expanse into production, then that might make sense. But I think it would be far more fascinating in terms of the short-term goal of basically making this into a ship that's capable of crafting and possibly something as good or better than the portable unit is able to do as a first entry into that. Refining, I mean, technically, I think they could retrofit that into the Starfarer, because I think it's supposed to have a refining capacity. So it's less interesting for the ship. But either way, I think this coming soon, no image found, speaks to some additional capacity on the Shiv that warrants the reduction in the cargo capacity. That has to do with the upcoming gameplay. And if we take a look at what the upcoming gameplay is, you know, insurance, no. Launch security, no. Reputation, no. Blades, no. Inventory rig, no. Scanning and FP, no. You got other stuff for that. Hacking, no, absolutely not. There's other ships for that. Engineering, fire, nope. Training, life support, nope. Economy, nope. The only ones that really lean towards that heavily, that otherwise also don't have another ship already dedicated to it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure. Let's double check this actually. Load, storm, protect, fuel stasis units. Alright, this doesn't specify it anymore. But I seem to recall there being some discussion about this thing having a refining capacity added to it so that it can basically scoop from the atmosphere.
Sienna said, next we'll have the Shivy Black, the Shivy Red, the Shivy Blue, and the Shivy Cutter, LOL.
Yeah, I don't think so, Sienna, but that would, in a way, also be hilarious. Yeah, so the Gemini mentions the fuel intake being taken off the nose of the regular Starfarer. There it is.
I will cry
Designed
laughing if that becomes a thing,
gases.
LOL.
The Shivy Blue and oh, just wait for the Shivy Steel. People are going to lose their shit. Yeah, designed to take in Space Force gases and refine them for use without landing. So, yeah, the Starfarer is supposed to have a refinery capability. So if they wanted to do gas refining for refueling purposes, the Starfarer is already there. In terms of mining, it doesn't make sense to put it into any of the current mining ships, or they would be pushing forward on the Arastra. I think with the mining rework and the crafting coming, refueling already being on point, I think refining gameplay and the intent, at least, to do the gaseous harvesting and refining as well, is probably on the intent for 2026. But I don't think the Shiv matches that in
Lance
terms
said,
of
chivalry shills, tongue sticking out.
I don't think the Shiv matches that in terms of where it comes from and what it's sort of intended to do, right? So yeah, in terms of selling it as a heavy gunship for the purposes of this initial release, it has everything that it needs to do. But if this coming soon gets filled out with anything, I figure it's got to be a new gameplay loop. Otherwise, if it's anything old, they would have put it in already. If it was anything that we've really seen before, like, you know, and like I said, they don't mind having gameplay without necessarily a whole lot of ships to fill it out, but they've definitely shied away after the how many years Reclaimers had to wait for salvage. They don't seem to like. I don't think they really like doing the other way around, where they are avoiding introducing ships that don't have their associated gameplay already set up for them. Let's see. So yeah, no component pass doesn't really stress me too much, because again, they're going to do engineering, and when they do, they could have left this here so that when they do the Cuddy Black and Company, they can do this one just as easily. Because 90% of the components are pretty much in the same place, so all the connectivity, art, and rigging is all going to be 90% there anyway.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Shield system offline. Engines online. Quantum fuel is at 100%. Launch complete.
No VTOL capabilities. So here's the other thing about here's the other thing for where a crafting ship would come in, is it would be useful not only in terms of the firepower, oops.
Life Miles said, I am glad I am not the only one that does that on the regular now.
This is a little slower than the Stinger, but not too bad.
Lance said, landing gear, tongue sticking out.
Well, I wasn't supposed to turn off the engines. It was... Amateur can slave. That's a decent ammo too. Yeah. Alright, I'm digging the engines on this. Alright, they weren't intakes, they were the retro thrusters. Somebody else going the other way. It's a hull. Looks good.
Thanks for the Tier 1 subscription, Life Mile.
Oh, Life Mile with the sub, dude. What are you even thinking?
Life Mile said, I am thinking him high on life.
Oh, must be high on something.
So that you're picking up another bounty. Good luck with this one.
Alright, that dude's
Sienna
new.
said, life is actually literally high LOL.
Life Mile said, you play with that paladin yet?
Life Mile, no, I haven't. I do not have a paladin that I'm willing to I don't have a chain that I'm willing to complete to put that into action yet, so.
Sienna said, November is there soon. LOL.
Yeah, November's there soon for the other
Life Mile
pieces,
said, I am thinking about getting that 1.1k bundle they have.
Oh god, why would you do that? Which bundle is that? Let's see what kind of chaos you're thinking of.
Sienna said, why would you do that? It's a Polaris, Saber, and Guardian.
It's not worth the bundle.
Dude, that's not 1100. Oh, wait. I'm in Canadian again. I don't know why it keeps doing that to me.
Life Miles said, I can keep that Carrick perm.
1225 US.
Sienna said, it's 1225.
I mean, what's the,
For a bit more you can have real bundles.
Life Miles said, either way I have to sell man-feed pigs.
Why do you always have to put us in the dark? This isn't gonna be any fun trying to drive this in while in the dark. Guardian's 250. The Polaris is what, 9 something? What was the Saber?
Sienna said they turned off the light again?
Probably like 150 or something. Oh dear. Pisces, whatever will I do? This might be too difficult to do in a friggin' upgun friggin'. Oh man. Rip pirate. Shield's obliterated in the first pass on the merge, and I wasn't even really trying.
Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Just got confirmation that bounty's been cleared. I'll get you paid.
Alright. I am kind of liking the handling on this thing.
Lance said, poof.
Okay. You guys might have bad taste in ships, but then most of you aren't actually Drake fans to begin with anyway, so that's on you. I mean, it could be worse. You could be Origin flyers. But, yeah, I have no regrets
Life Mile
on this
said,
thing.
LOL. Origin.
Quantum drive is now off.
I like the Drake and Anvil feel.
Yep. I think I can really dig Gray's work, because I mean, he started with Drake for the chassis. Like, what's not to love? But if you're going to do a chop shop, it also might make sense to, you know, be able to repair your units out in the field and whatnot. So, never know what part you might need. So being able to craft it on the spot when you get there. Carry enough stuff, make your own missiles whenever you're low on ammo. This thing, if it did end up doing what I'm thinking, it'd be able to replenish its own ballistics as long as it had enough cargo to make it in the back. Oh my god, how long is this friggin' quantum thing taking? Oh right, it's Crusader. I don't quantum around Crusader a whole lot, so guess it would make sense that it would take a little longer. Okay, it should not have crazed glass reflections while in the external view. Like, holy
Lance
crap,
said,
dudes.
I can see it now, making and tossing torpedoes out the ramp, tongue sticking out.
There is a lot of traffic out here today. Holy crap. Top, it is entry from the top. Okay, I'm not used to having my main hangar here, so get a look at the stuff underneath here. So it looks like more machinery again, right? Somebody's having fun with their stinger weapons. All right, so I really don't mind the feel of this thing at all. Now I'd have to take my Cuddy out again to actually do a side-by-side comparison of sorts, but and I mean, being able to leverage all 6 weapons, it in a way ends up being only what, 25%, a 25% upgun from the Cuddy Black, if that. Because if you consider the size 4s is worth about 2 size 3s, and the Cuddy has 4 size 3 on the main and then 2 on the turret, so it's 6 size 3s altogether. So this effectively kind of has 8 because there's 4 on the turret, and then the 2 size 4s might count for double. It's a good thing the starport has a whammers right outside the hangars. Water and 9% passing out. All right, I think for tomorrow, what was it? Tomorrow, I'm not sure what to play. It sounded like Tuesday might be better for jump ship, so we might try to do that. That in game. Does anybody have water over here? Apparently not. Fine, we will refill with pips.
LifeMile said, LOL, I do the same thing. I recycle.
Well, I'm just kind of figuring, I'm hoping that eventually the trash pickup thing gets
Sienna said, look at you recycling and all.
I'm just trying to make it easier for space cleanup because clean servers
What an
equal,
example you are.
Better server performance. Don't leave your gas around. It makes the server sad.
All right, Purple. That was enough bullshit for the night, rolling on the floor laughing.
I know, right? All right, I'm going to do... Oh, man, why do I have to come to this side? My ship's way over there. I got to run across a football field to get to my ship. All right, I'm going to run a commercial break.
Larkspur said, I'm signing off for tonight.
All right, Larkspur, you have a good night.
Sienna said, it's good for your health.
Yeah,
Good night, Larks.
I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. We have to do another commercial break.
Larkspur said, good night all.
Yeah, I have to do another commercial break, and we'll come back. I'll do another sort of summary of the two discussions that we have, so hopefully I can actually make them into something short enough to post to be worthwhile. And,
Lance said, sleep well, Larkspur.
and then we'll call it for the night. So fortunately, you're not missing anything. All right, intermission. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Back to the game. I'm gonna mute everyone out for a minute to try and run through this without interruptions. Although I probably should find...
Pardon, Nix. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release. Siege of Origin and more will reveal next year. Will continue to bring
point where it should be. Happy that we're not really
the normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026 and what it means.
As with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine.
Yeah, the most exciting yet for Star Citizen.
As with every
well, everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt...
And that's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want...
So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the Road 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point,
no lies detected
this year more than any year prior. How does each...
I know a lot of people would like to whine about that, but yeah, no lies detected.
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bone, should we say.
Oh my god, he didn't talk about something, right?
And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken away, like Siege of Origin or Zenith Threat. We've added them to the game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story as when we release them in patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, and we keep on staying with this here, since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been the sandbox where players can do what they want, they can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe, and that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together, but it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real-life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what we're doing as a player. And I think the story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story in the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year, right at the beginning of January, was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for people that are playing it all the time and playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not be ready or right to go into there.
3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players, I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for Align Mine. People probably don't know, but Align Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal Sam's Battleground. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Eric, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had multiple benefits. And like I said, I wanted to spell a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning, from FPS, to new quantum, to inventory, engineering, and
we saw a lot of them.
All of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would release.
And I mean, that confirms what I was also saying at the very beginning in the predictions piece, that the amount of work that they've been doing in the background that they haven't talked about, they haven't released, it's still going on. The teams are still at work because they're obviously not necessarily, either they're not solely focused on the bug issues, or they're different teams. This is entirely possible. I know the dev shop I used to work with, you know, the people making stuff and the people doing them, making new programs and the people doing the maintenance of old programs are two completely different groups.
More features, but I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it in internet, I've said it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right in the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and having wastelands and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously.
Oh, I know. I muted you, Sienna, here, since I'll give you your voice back for a minute. Am I okay propose X2 at the moment? I have the CitizenCon thing going at 2 times because I'm trying to get through this section to remember what we're...
You muted me?
I muted everybody.
I didn't know I was that annoying, LOL.
I was planning to do just a short segment to basically sum up the 2 pieces that I was talking about with the Shiv and with Nyx in a more compact version, that but I want to find the part of this video that talks about that better, and maybe queue up a couple other ones before I do that, the Nyx segment at the very least. So yeah, that's the chatbot was rating you. I just had you muted. It's fine. We should have called this stream the full depth of an analysis CitizenCon. I did the full depth analysis after we watched CitizenCon. You might have missed that. You'd have to go back to my channel and actually watch it, either Twitch or YouTube. Go for it, because that was watching CitizenCon with some commentary during it, and then I was on for at least probably an hour or 2 afterwards, yapping about it. So it was a long stream. And a lot of it did tie in with some of the predictions. I mean, not a huge amount, but
that continues. But what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be 2-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we're having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions, you get to go do their mission, you get to move that along, and then they can talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Spectacular being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear.
Now, somebody was mentioning, why didn't he come back already? It's when this was filmed and edited together, whoever that mission giver is, I think they just did the mocaps. If you read the September report, they might have just did the mocaps for it, or it might even be the one scheduled for October. So they might be doing like the mocaps for it right now. Even if they did it in September, they won't have it into even the PTU by now. It seems that the mocap to mission giver pipeline runs maybe around 2 months. So certainly by the time this was filmed, and definitely by the time this is edited and whatever, and then presented at CitizenCon, there may have been nothing to show, because that mocap may still be in post-production to even get out the door.
clear, we'll be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go in and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously, the full end goal is towards, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make, is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see
there it
the
is.
decisions that have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well. And remembering.
God damn it! There it is. That was the thing I was looking for, like, earlier.
Scenes that you can go and be part of, and obviously the full end goal is towards, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we.
There we go. Minute 50.
And that is what we're going to be pushing towards.
There we go.
Pushing towards.
The hero planet of the system. So next.
With the planets providing an abundant, the visuals we'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for things.
Thanks, Ian.
So the visuals we'll see will evolve and change as we go deeper into what we. With the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest, this is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development.
The visuals will evolve and change.
And hone in on the final look for Nyx.
As in, the whole planet is going to be different.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface, I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic, it's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today, we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of the system. Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from whether rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp expansive wetlands to claustrophobic festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you play a will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground colouring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we place on the surface, and the ground colouring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound colouring that forms the kind of colours there. And it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today, we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet. The hero planet.
All right, where's the lore P? What is that? Oh, something else.
So if you take the
we used to speed run games. Now we're speed running conferences, LOL.
Well, it's because I've already done the conference once, right?
Wanted to make it everything that the UE wasn't at this time.
The People's Alliance rebelling against, and they still see vampires being inherently unfair.
Ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glazing Dome. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire star system experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nix content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done.
Kind of found out that the system wasn't really resetting. Planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too... When the Nix system was first discovered,
All right. Let's see if I can run these down so that they actually make sense. All right, I'm going to try and sum up the issues here with sort of my take on a couple of things. So, first thing is first. Let's talk about the SHIV. Playing around with it a little bit in the PTU, I am definitely digging it, but then, I mean, my Drake Cutter is near and dear to me, so having that basis right from the get-go is awesome. Apparently this is a Squadron 42 asset sort of recycled or updated for and brought into the PU. A lot of folks are talking about it not having the component pass yet, although, and so yeah, they're not in there. They seem to have similar placeholders to what we see on the Cuddy Black. I'm sure the other Cutlass series have something similar. It is unusual for ships to be released without that these days, but notwithstanding that, I think it kind of makes sense in terms of being able to get this one out the door on time, where yes, engineering gameplay is pending soon TM, but and a lot of ships are getting those component passes updated. It also, however, makes sense since they share so many assets that basically when they do the Cuddy Black, they can do this and all the other Cutlass variants at pretty much the same time to get, since the component bays are probably all in more or less the same spots. So it should be a pretty quick thing to run through. And while in CitizenCon they talked about, you know, all these gunships, there's something different about this one. And there's a couple open holes or blank spots where there probably shouldn't be. This thing is more expensive than the Cuddy Black, and while it's upgunned a little bit, it's not a huge amount, and yet there's a significant decrease in the cargo. And while Jared kind of alluded to maybe the ships might have a use later in the video, and obliquely, especially in terms of the Stinger and the Paladin, it was probably referring to the tactical combined arms and they were all referred to as combat ships. The other thing they also came later, but earlier than the tactical arms, was the crafting presentation. Not only the crafting presentation, but even during the combined arms or the was it the tactical operations, whatever they called it. There was also crates of ship ammunition being loaded up, and they talked about that last piece enabling, or the feature for it would be the refuel and rearm of ships by basically carrier ships like the Idris, Polaris, and anything else with a hangar. So that makes me really interested in does the SHIV have something else to offer, and particularly with some of the upcoming game features that aren't necessarily in yet. So let's take a quick look at that. Particularly in view of what's coming up in the next year, and particularly in the next few months. Let's see here. I didn't have it queued up, did I? It was one of the things that a bunch of things during CitizenCon seemed to have not been said.
Obviously, Cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside, where again, it sort of feels Cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters, it's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters, it's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet.
Now, a lot of this was really aesthetic stuff right from the beginning. So, what I think is rather interesting is when we take a look at the ship here. It lost the inventory space, but we have all this mechanical stuff basically sitting where the side doors and whatnot used to be. And while they threw the refining thing out, yeah. And you get the cargo space all along one spot, but we lost all the cargo space. So what is the missing space here for? Or why was the cargo reduced, and what might be extra machinery? Because the Star says in the CIG they love to physicalize everything. And so this is supposed to be a Squadron 42 asset from the Shipjackers, and regardless of how they operate, it's also the first offering from Gray's Market. And they seem to like to do, or you know, if it's basically a chop shop, you know, that's all fine and dandy. But folks are talking about the lack of a component pass on this. Like I said, that might make more sense in terms of getting all the Cuddy variants done at the same time, and since the interior component pass is all the placeholders are in the same spot, it might make sense there. But what might this do otherwise? Because one of the things that most ships do when they release is all the stats are available on the page, so that you can actually go and make an educated decision on what you want to buy and why, even though a lot of things are subject to change eventually. So, what do we have different with the Shiv? The Shiv doesn't have a whole lot of info here. Yeah, right? Yeah, the upgunning of this is only about 25% more firepower than the Drake Cutlass Black. Because the two size 2, or the size 3s on the shoulders and two size 3s on the forward canards, two size 3s on the turrets. This thing has 4 size 3s on a quad turret that's slave to the pilot, and the 2 size 4s on the shoulders. You know, each size is about 2 for each one lower, right? So this would be equivalent of 4 size 3s instead of 6 on the base Cutty Black. Now, is that worth an extra $40? You know, 110 to 150? You know, I have my doubts. I think this thing has an unannounced feature to it that they haven't discussed yet. They don't like releasing ships that don't have gameplay. This might be an exception of get it out the door, even though the gameplay is not there, but we're not going to tell you what the gameplay is until the gameplay is actually viable and ready to take a look, right? Now, there's a few reasons for this. One of the big ones is the 200 recruit unannounced vehicle that was supposed to be announced at CitizenCon. They only changed this ladder back in July. They knew what their plan was for CitizenCon when they if they decided to put 3 combat ships up for grabs and have them all flight ready for this PTU. So while I initially thought it might be the Stinger, it didn't make sense for it to be the Stinger in hindsight, with the Captured Vandal Scythe, which is a $300 ship, being worth more recruits by a significant margin than 200 recruits for, you know, a $315 ship. And the next one down is the Tumbril Storm at $75. So $150 for a Shiv that was still announced at CitizenCon, definitely it won't be the Paladin, made more sense for the slating. But why aren't they updating this? And why didn't they actually draw attention to it? And I think it's because they would have to reveal the gameplay for it, and I think it's going to far surpass the Misk Raptor. So, what gameplay loops haven't been announced that this ship might be well suited for, especially given the lore implications of it? It's sold to shipjackers. It's made by basically a guy who likes to custom make stuff for basically a chop shop. And if we look at the page for the Shiv, it's light on info. Hacking? I don't think so. The thing is hacking gameplay has other ships lined up for it, so we wouldn't need this one. The other one is refining, and they kind of threw something in there. And if you take a look at these, the machinery on the side, it's like, yeah, maybe pumps and refining stuff, especially for gaseous stuff. But we got the Expanse coming, right? Ship has nothing to hack. Yeah, there's other ships in the lineup that make more sense for hacking. I mean, the Drake or the Herald is already there. The MSR is there. I mean, yeah, they're supposed to be data runners as well, but yeah. And every ship is supposed to have engineering, right? So, not really thinking those ones. So that leaves us with crafting.
What? Built with mathematics. What else could it
Where is it? My suspicion is, so here's the big one. Not only the light on information, but we get, you know, there's stuff about the guns, and yeah, they talked about it being a heavy fighter modded with. But here's the big thing. The main part of the page, coming soon, no image found, transmission error, offline. Like, this part is a tease, and so is this. But this is a way of saying that there's something, I think this is a way of saying that there's something more to this ship. Something that they haven't talked about, and something that they haven't, or something that they haven't revealed. Something beyond just baseline combat capacity, because if it was just combat, they would mention it. If it was just boarding, they would mention it. If it was hacking, they may or may not mention it, but, you know, it wouldn't be a big secret like they did. I mean, the Legionnaires out there for boarding and hacking. The Expanse out there for refining. There's lots of mining ships out there, lots of salvage ships out there. It doesn't make sense for this to be anything other than a new gameplay loop that hasn't quite made it into the verse yet, but will soon. Why did this thing lose cargo capacity? It's not enough for a 30% increase in firepower, I think. Now, I love the cargo bay. This looks like it'll take a 32 SU box, which makes it in some ways more capable than even the Corsair in terms of at least the size of box. But when we look at you know, the missing panels and stuff, I mean, that's kind of a mirror copy. I think maybe they could replace that with a box stuffing interface plus a crafting interface and paste that into the spot without too much trouble. This thing could be, especially since Gray's does chop shop stuff, think about a ship that can go around and craft on demand from the machinery it has built into it. This is a capability I think should be added into a lot of other ships, especially anything with a hangar, especially the carriers. And we already see it, I think, in the Ironclad Assault. Carrier few rearm vehicles. One of the things that they talked about in the concept, I don't know if they listed it here. We'll see if it's in the pictures. Yeah, this area in the back is a shop maintenance area, and I do believe they mentioned it would it having, you know, this is if I recall correctly, this back area is a shop area basically for maintaining the vehicles that the Assault is taking with it. So a 3D printer a la Pioneer on board the Assault makes a lot of sense. Now, if the Assault and the Ironclads are coming out, probably, if we're lucky, we'll see them at DefenseCon in 6 or 7 months. That crafting piece has to be already in play. And if they're tech previewing it, then the SHIV seems like a really good place to do it. And it might explain why coming soon is redacted out. And why on the why they haven't discussed it being added, even though it was due to be announced at CitizenCon, why they haven't actually tied it into the recruitment rewards. Whether or not they reveal this around IAE with Nyx coming in, you know, they previewed the ship ammo being you know, loaded on the Idris, the hangar refueling, reloading coming in, you know, stuff like that. So perfectly happy to be wrong, but I really I think there is some gameplay related to this ship. Here I'm waving at my waving at the redacted, waving at the other stuff. Did I forget to mention the assault with this bay in the back? Just realized I was probably on the wrong screen this entire time. So yeah, in terms of the extra machinery on the side and why this might have been stripped down in order to or reduce the cargo load beyond just making it an upgunned version of the Cuddy Black in a kit bash format and reusing squadron assets. If they basically turn this into the next chop shop crafting bench snap-on tools van of the verse, I think that'd be hilarious. And it would also make this a lot more worthwhile. Now, I would think they'll probably try to reveal that once crafting at least goes into tech, because then they could go ahead and throw this in there to test not only the portable unit, but the SHIV there, and drive sales for the duration of IAE and possibly even through Christmas. And whenever this gets unredacted, I could see it getting put back up on the referral ladder. Again, it's a gateway thing to get it in place for something like the Ironclad that's probably coming afterwards. So, anyway. Coming soon, TM. Transmission error, what do you think? Go ahead and mention in the comments or chat or whatever, and let me know. Oh, goodness. All right, don't mind me. Let's put voices back here for a second. Aether Frost.
This is a shivery situation.
Welcome. I'm sorry I didn't... I tried to acknowledge you in chat, but I didn't want to sort of interrupt the sub-piece that I wanted to do. Thank you very much for the follow, though. And welcome to the chat and the stream and the target package. I'm just trying to sum up stuff that I've been talking about for the last, like, few hours. So I wanted to kind of... I was trying to run through the SHIV without necessarily interrupting, so I apologize not getting to you sooner. Yeah, we took a look at the Stinger earlier on. Yeah, so let's see what you had to say. Notice the weapons are unique. All unique, but confused. They aren't that good at weapons. They are, but I don't think they're bespoke. So I guess I can go ahead and store this, can't I? Because we are done with the SHIV for tonight. I am definitely... Aether Frost, have you checked it out yet? Yeah, we haven't tested out the Stinger, but man, Sienna and I were looking at that earlier in the stream, and it is sluggish, although the Stinger is not exactly a Hornet either, which it shouldn't be. It's, I mean, they're all these things sitting in the heavy fighter category are going to be, you know, on the lower end of maneuverabilities.
LifeMile said, Stinger looks like it belongs in the Independence Day movie.
It kind of does, doesn't it, LifeMile? Yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah, and I mean, how effective the weapons are. Here, let's Now that that's stored, let's see if I can go and edit. Weapons. Yeah, looks like they can be shifted out. Yeah, so whatever these tormentors are, I mean, they might be new. We of course don't have the stats revealed through the interface yet, but at least they can be moved out, which kind of makes sense. I mean, it is a hodgepodge collection of other ships that also have easily modified and replaced weapons. So. Okay. Tormentor is manufactured by Grays. It's interesting because this the sales page mentions the size 3 guns from the F-7A Hornet Mark II, which I don't think are these tormentors. So it might be a mod version. By Grace. And then the other size 4s were from Redacted. So again, they also show as Grays in here. So, interesting. But yeah, if we see hacking on anything other than on another ship before the Legion, I think the next the viable candidate will be the suspected Apollo variant, which some people have supposed is going to be called Hermes. In terms of the naming convention for gods, kind of probably makes sense. All right. The lore, the show of whatever. All right, massive cavernous empty hangar, gotta love it. Shiv is the foundation for ships to come. Yeah, it's a Shivy situation. Jesus, Sienna, what are you trying to take on, Lance? And Sienna's 2 cents. Took an asset from Squadron 42, found a way to make a ship, make $100 for it. That's it. I mean, that's certainly the super cynical way of looking at it. I mean, frankly, it's not the first Squadron 42 asset to make it over to Star Citizen. Gladius, Hornets, F8s, everything Van Duel, the Hull C. Like, all these things, some of them were being built for Star Citizen so that they could put them into Squadron. Other things were made for Squadron and brought back or brought back over. Levski. You know, now you're not paying for Levski theoretically, but yeah, it's it's a way. It's not just a way of them making a bit of money on it. Most of the assets from Squadron are going to end up in the persistent universe one way or another anyway. It also allows them to both make sure it's updated for Squadron, but also lines up or gets the art pass or whatever else needs to go into the persistent universe. So, yeah, anyway. I'm not going to bother being that cynical about it, because we know what it is that they're doing. It's not like they're that shy about it. You know, they showed off this particular hull like 6 years ago. But it's an interesting place to be able to slide it in, because whether or not they were talking about doing crafting 6 years ago, I'm not exactly sure. But in terms of making it a snap-on tools thing, in terms of making it a little more useful, where a chop shop, you know, can make, you know, if you're going to, you know, randomly have to repair or deal with field repairs without needing a whole tow truck, then maybe having the crafting capacity to build the fuses or whatever on board, and it doesn't take a lot of space depending on how big a component. You know, it could be something as small as part of what we see on the Vulture and or Reclaimer, or it could be a whole dedicated version similar to what we saw previewed from the CitizenCon presentation. So, and they just need to do the interface, let it shoot directly from the cargo hold, maybe. Okay. How am I doing for time? Good Lord. How long did my yapping about the Shiv take? Please tell me it wasn't half an hour. Good Lord. All right. If it was that stupid, then I apologize. I'm going to do another intermission, and I will be right back. All right, we're back. All right, let's see if we can do this next piece without getting too far distracted. Spots off. Alerts off. My apologies. Well, let's just make sure that we're not missing anything ahead of time. That looks good. Okay, hopefully this won't necessarily take another 20 minutes, but we'll see. All right, so let's talk about next. As after CitizenCon, and particularly the last couple of days, some folks have been lighting their hair on fire, going on about the inconsistency of what was shown at CitizenCon regarding specifically Nix 1. So let's take a look at it. Now, the contention is that Nix, in terms of lore, has a fairly specific spot in lore, and it features heavily, or at least somewhat, in terms of the story of Squadron 42, which is why we've seen Levski a few times, because it might be something that we see. Well, let's the SHIV, the SHIV was previewed for Squadron 42. Levski was talked about for Squadron 42. The Stinger, Squadron 42. No secret, all this stuff is related to Squadron 42. So the whole thing with Nix is, if the Citizens for Prosperity, see if it's not Citizens for Prosperity, is it? It's whoever the folks are that are on Levski are eking out their living on an asteroid base with dirty, like, not even as clean as, almost as pyro habs of the former miners on an asteroid. Why are they there if there was better places to be? So the whole point of the lore is Levski's the main settlement and hub of commerce, and they even say so in CitizenCon when they introduce it.
Firepower. As ever with the refined work from...
Sorry, is that the right spot? No, here's...
When the Nix system was first discovered, the United Empire, or the UE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up.
All right. So they couldn't terraform anything, and it wasn't worth getting. This is the established lore, and basically at the very beginning of CitizenCon, they did not change that. So the contention is that once they showed...
For now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because
Planet
today,
Tech V5,
on what we consider to be the hero planet.
Hero planet
system,
where they advertise this as Nix 1.
Nix 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands.
Damp, expensive wetlands. This is all liquid water. This will be important later.
Claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them.
Okay. So the part where people are losing or lighting their hair on fire was the description of Nyx being a coreless, lifeless world that has been strip mined of all resources. Now, this is something that we see in the galaxy. Where is it? Galaxy map. Nyx is a coreless world that has been mined clean. And in the Galactopedia, coreless planet orbits close to the sun in the next system, once rich with valuable materials, high-grade metals. It was extensively mined to support the UE during the Mesozoic era, and abandoned mining facilities that remain on the planet's surface are sometimes used as temporary shelter by visitors. This is not a happy, habitable place. Not somewhere where you'd expect to see liquid water and lush forests and everything else. So some folks are screaming about the inconsistency between lore and whatnot. CIG doesn't tell us everything all at once. And they do stuff for game development that doesn't always line up with lore, although it's a temporary, sometimes a temporary thing. This was already the case with Levski. Levski was in Stanton for a while and moved out, 2021, 2020? I'm not sure when it was, but basically all of a sudden, Levski was moved out, and they said, well, it doesn't actually belong in Stanton, and never was, but they had it there so that they could develop Nyx, so that they could develop Levski as the location for Squadron. And then once they were done that, or at least for the initial pass at that point, they moved it out of Stanton so as to not distract from all the other work that they were doing in developing the rest of Stanton. And I really think that that's what they're doing here with Nyx 1. We know that they're building up Genesis. We know that they're building and probably trying to validate Planet Tech V5. They're going to need to build a world with it. The coreless, lifeless, strip mine version of Nyx 1 in lore isn't going to allow them to do the tools that develop the tools that they need and validate it with the player base. They need us to go there, and if they say this is just temporary, would we actually go there if we know that it's just going to leave in a year or two? Is there any other planet that it would allow them to also develop the art assets that will probably go into Castra Terra and whatever the other place is on there's another habitable world in Terra, I think, that would apply to. They, like so many other systems, they need players to get down into the area, and they need the masses of data and whatnot. Can we fall through tears in the patch or in the textures? Does it render properly? How does it work on different people's systems depending on the telemetry of how good their PC is? There's a whole bunch of questions that can be answered by this by getting it into the system early, even if it's not in the star system that it actually belongs in. And then somewhere down the line, when Planet Tech V5 is done, they can make the actual Nyx 1 and either move the current test bed to another location that isn't lore breaking, or it might be that it's just to validate the overall generation and the different biomes. If there's 10 biomes on the planet, it might be that 4 belong to Terra, 3 belong to Castra, 2 and whatnot. The other thing about a strip mine system, this sounds very much like the Bullseye Castra 1 weapons testing system. Whether it's craters from weapons firing or strip mining operations, it's not really, they aren't exactly going to be dissimilar in terms of making it. So yeah, in terms of validating and being able to develop out the tech and make sure the art assets and everything blend nicely, this is definitely something that would make a lot of sense. While they're, because they're able to give us the pretty.
Wetlands to claustrophobic.
That they can eventually put somewhere else.
These core biome concepts give us a fantastic.
Now, why haven't they trying to shoehorn lore into this seems bass backwards, and I don't think CIG is being negligent. Like, there are definitely times that they seem like the right hand isn't talking to the left hand. But that's not necessarily the case. When you take a look at the star map, a lot of the other systems are very well thought out. Pyro, Pyro 1 is very, very hot. Pyro 6, not so much. Because they lie, the systems are built, and they even put in the Goldilocks zones marked in green whenever they do this. Whatever's going on with Nix 3 and that gas giant, it's going to be a pretty cold area, with the exception of whatever they might get with, if they decide to put in moons there with some tidal forcing, they might be able to get some stuff in there. It depends on what they decide to do with that, but whatever. It doesn't really matter. They already said Nix 2, toxic, Venus analog, hard to be at. It's on the inside of this Goldilocks zone. If it's a Venus analog, it can't be further. Well, I mean, it could be further up based on the gaseous, but it doesn't really make that much sense. And that, regardless of what they do, of what they want to pretend about terraforming Nix 1, for those who just, it was never a terraforming candidate. The Venus analog was too much trouble. This thing is inside the habitable zone, so if you turned it Earth-like atmosphere so we could breathe it, it's going to be a Mercury type, scorched area with superheated steam, because the water isn't going to stay liquid. It's going to be superheated steam at best. Nix 3, way out there, it's going to be a terraform planet out there turns into an ice ball. So even if they wanted to adjust this zone, the fact that Nix 2 is still a toxic heat zone makes it so that you can't do anything to pretend that Nix 1 is anything other than a Mercury analog of some sort. That's then also been strip mined. So I think a lot of people need to, relax, roll back the jack stay. This is not a big panic thing. They're not breaking lore or whatever. They're doing game development. Nix 1 is going to be, I think they're setting it up as the test bed to really generate the main biomes and whatnot that we're going to see on the planets in other systems, and make sure all that works so that they can do that work elsewhere, but they can validate it with the persistent universe players right now, and then they can bait switch and swap it later on to move it into either another system, or they'll simply scrap it and use the biome and information and data that they had in order to build the other systems that those art assets actually go into. Which one it is, I have no idea, but that would be my supposition for it. Now, there's an important part at the end of CitizenCon that is also relevant to this.
Everything we do, every decision we make, is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that...
It's one of those things that they'll do weird things. We won't understand them. Nobody understood why Levski was in Stanton. But it was a necessary step for them to get stuff ready for Squadron. And when they were done, they moved Levski out. So there's no reason, I think, especially given the maps and other stuff, they can't, lore, they're not so disconnected that they don't know where Nyx 1 is on the star map to know that it would need to be a superheated surface, or at least too warm for comfort. You know, even if you wanted to pretend it was terraform, there's no way that anyone at CIG is under any delusions after working on Bloom or Pyro 1 or any of the others, that this setup would belong that close to a star inside the habitable zone. They know better. So I think this is a game develop thing. Don't get too attached to Nyx 1. They're going to change it several times because they're basically going to use it to hash out the whole biome thing. And even when they're the planetary version 4 technology, version 5, and when they're done, I think it's going to do a miraculous teleportation either to another planet, or it's going to be removed, because they know it's a test bed and they can, and that the assets are actually going to be used somewhere else. It's not going to stay as Nyx 1. No way. Not in this format. Anyway. I think belabored the point enough, and I'll leave it there. If you have other theories, let me know in the comments, and yeah, we'll go from there. Cheers. Yikes. All right, let's get sound back. We can say that this is a new ship, but put you on a shivvy mood tonight? God. You're both terrible. Wouldn't trade it for the world, though. All right. I'm going to get out of the game because... Release the menu. I think we saw what we needed to see with the game tonight. I don't know. What do you guys think? Make any sense? That was probably another 20 minutes, wasn't it? All right, gonna call it there for tonight. I don't know if we're coming back.
Sienna said, "All right. It was a nice conversation and stream, brother. But I got to bed, unfortunately."
Yeah, no worries, Sienna. Have a good sleep.
Lance said,
pretty much
20. Yeah, smiley face.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it works. Now I got to do thumbnails and a bunch of other stuff. All right. I may or may not stream tomorrow night. That would make like 3 days in a row. That might be a little bit insane. If we do Tuesday, likely jump ship.
Sienna said,
or jump space.
Let me know for jump space.
Yeah. I mean, keep your ear to the ground. Unless something...
Lance said, same here, actually. PT, you should eat.
Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, I think jump space on Tuesday might definitely be possible. Because chances are Star Citizen's going to be running release candidates through the week. And release candidates through the week. Probably releasing sometime Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, probably a Thursday drop for the live release. Wouldn't surprise me. And then, and that will also start the first week of the new Freedom Fighters event. So yeah, by the time this drops live, we'll probably be into Star Citizen at least once a week for the stream for the
Sienna
foreseeable
said,
future.
It's gonna be a shivvy Thursday, then LOL.
Oh yeah, definitely. And by the time that event wraps up, it'll be time for the expo. So, yeah, fun times. So yeah, we'll try to get in some jump space on
Life Miles said,
Tuesday,
I may be
but-
at work, but keep it going. I catch you perhaps if I'm not busy in my stretch.
Sounds good, Layer Life Mile.
Sienna said, I'll try to be there for the weekly SC.
Can we try Saturday?
Saturday night?
It's
By
very
life.
possible. Oh shoot, no, we can't do Saturday. I have plans. Which is almost unfortunate because it would almost be tempting to ping Fizz for it as well. Since anyway, we'll
Nights actually calls during the week. The game is too much of an effort for me.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, don't worry, we all have our issues. But yeah, that'll probably be the plan going forward is jump space this Tuesday. And then we'll probably more likely to be a Friday Star Citizen if the new PT or if it drops to live and the event starts for Friday.
Effort, I mean it takes time. And I usually wake up around 6 a.m. during the week.
Yeah, no worries. Well, like I said, we all have our issues. Given that there's open beta for Manor Lords, might also jump in on that, either as an open beta or once that goes live, depending on how long they take on that. Although that'll probably be a quiet weekday stream or something like that. So we'll see. Anyway, that'll be the plan for the next couple days. I'm going to get out of here. I am going to roll credits and peace out. If you're over on Twitch, as usual, hang around until the music stops and we will raid over somebody else. And hopefully we'll catch you all again very soon. Cheers.
By your. Thanks a lot, Purple.
Lance said, thank you for the stream, Purple. Good night, everyone.